Boa tarde, boa noite, desculpa. Boa noite, Kai, boa noite, Welsh. Mais um dia de Disco Elysium pro YouTube. Criando coragem para jogar o Darkwood. Talvez não vamos rejogar o Darkwood, talvez. Veremos. Será que eu vou ter coragem? Então, enfim, né? Ontem deu um bug, mas eu rejoguei a parte e tô na mesma parte, né? Viagens de carnaval acabaram, finalmente dando tempo de assistir. Ah, de boa. Então é isso, né? A gente colocou o Ompty-Dompty, centro Ompty-Dompty, que está aqui. Importantíssimo pra quem quer o min-max aí, né? 40 minutos.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust.
Opa, tá saindo música
They're
da
covered
tela.
in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Tente ver o que há dentro.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
Tenente, você consegue distinguir o que há dentro? Aponte pelas janelas.
I won't even try. You know,
É os óculos, né?
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Ô, velho, coitado.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Você ainda consegue atirar, pelo
Well
menos?
enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Sucesso. Então, eu queria ver o tal do... Lembra que a gente tinha o mapa? Uai. Que isso? O que apareceu aqui? Ó, achei que tinha dado pau de novo. Então, vamos voltar lá pro... A gente tem que conversar com a Joyce, tem que conversar com o Titus. A gente vai resolver algumas coisas, depois a gente volta aqui nesse rolê, né? Enquanto... Um pulso de bomba, uma música está vindo de algum lugar do gelo. Quem já sabe o que é isso aí. Olhando de volta da água colorida por ferrugem em você.
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see? Metaphor. It's always metaphor.
Algum tipo de metáfora para mim?
This is more important than you. That's the blood of industry you see before you. The runoff from Coal City, further down the coast. The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life.
O que aconteceu?
Engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry.
Base Industrial Revolucionária Oeste, isso é tão eu.
Yes, fortune left you too, leaving only pharmaceuticals and a subpar service-based industry.
O Welsh pergunta, quando você for fazer Red Dead Redemption 2, você vai focar na main story ou vai ser de boa e fazer sides? Eu acho que eu vou fazer algumas side quests, alguma...
You stop mid-step and put your hand on the garish necktie.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
Pão de garrafa, o quê?
In this drunk's hand, on the pipe there, glowing blue, a mysterious, otherworldly blue, filled to the brim with holy mysteries.
Eu realmente não quero saber de nenhuma garrafa, não quero olhar pra ela. Certo, legal, o que eu faço seguir?
Oh, I think this is about so much more than cool. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn to it.
Calma que a gente vai em breve, né? Tem um dinheiro aqui no chão. Vai. Dá a volta, velho. A gente geralmente, esse jogo que tem muita side quest, a gente faz algumas ou faz todas, ou depende do tamanho do jogo, né? Sons de vida do norte. Uma tábua de limpeza retira sujeira do tecido. Então, o ideal é a gente evitar o máximo de coisas novas por enquanto. Porque esse Wompty Dumpty, infelizmente eu lembrei tarde, mas assim, ia ser um jogo chato, né? Se eu tivesse também feito só ele. E é um negócio que dá 10%, 10 XP pra cada... passiva de enciclopédia, é um trem assim, né? Aquele cara que tava aqui, a gente não conversou com ele, ele sumiu, velho. Possivelmente era uma... Eu lembro que ele não tinha no jogo original, então devia ser alguma coisa da versão da expansão. Mas... deve ter um outro jeito da gente ir pras... fazer essas missões aí, né? Talvez. Joyce, minha amiga.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Propósito, conversei com a
You
Claire.
have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Ele é um socialista irandeiro presunçoso. Eu posso fazer negócio com ele pra um socialista, ele até que é razoável. Não. Ele não é o campeão que eu escolhi. Eu desejo jurar lealdade a você e a causa do capital. Não. O que você achou do Sr. Clare? Não. Tem como você responder isso, velho. Não.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it.
Opa, será?
Fantastic, worm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt worm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be
Ai,
gossiping.
ela usou a palavra, velho, que toca o meu coração.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Sim.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely.
Vamos fofocar.
It's gossip.
Eu ajudei ele a aumentar a temperatura do Bosch. Não, ele pediu que eu abrisse uma porta.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
Sim, uma referência.
Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everard. Did it?
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Everard disse que o Aldo Paz mandou mercenários atrás do sindicato e agora um deles está morto.
The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the mistakes my side made. And of course, I accept them completely. I just hope you don't share Everard's view on things. After all, as he said, one's dead now. The Pines certainly hasn't killed any of theirs.
Let's keep it that way. She means to add, but then doesn't. Look who's defensive suddenly.
Everard pediu a ala militar do sindicato para cooperar plenamente com a
How
investigação.
benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
That is only fair.
Eu tenho razões para acreditar que o lixamento foi uma cortina de fumaça.
Oh my. Very interesting. So the militant wing is protecting one of their own. It looks like you may untie this knot yet.
Ele não parecia preocupado de maneira nenhuma em todo o conflito. Esse aqui eu não vou falar, não.
I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress?
Nós estávamos sozinhos. Ele parecia muito seguro na própria capacidade de manter as coisas sob controle. Ele não estava tentando impressionar ninguém. Acho que ele quer que as coisas escalem.
Or he wants you and me to believe he wants to go to war.
Sim.
There's always that risk, man. But if I may offer my opinion, he means it.
O que tem certeza, eu tenho certeza absoluta que ele falou sério.
I'll think it over, Detective. Thank you for relaying this information to me.
This gave her pause. She's pensive, suddenly. Hard to say about what.
What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider, and may have helped me prevent this conflict from escalating.
Oh, que bom. Eu ajudei ele a aumentar, ele pediu que eu entregasse o envelope. Eu vou falar sobre outra coisa.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by
Eu queria te
for a
dizer
chat.
tudo, Joyce, mas você
Until
trabalha pro
then,
inimigo.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Falei com os cavaleiros da
Yes,
rotatória.
my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Espere, por onde exatamente esses olhos estão
It
localizados?
doesn't really matter, and I do apologize for the surveillance.
Pois é, quem que tá
I can't
vigiando?
afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Tá bom, eu... Quanto tempo? 13 minutos. Como era essa história de banho de sangue?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Conte-me de novo, como o linchamento e a greve estão
I
conectados?
have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Lapso momentâneo de confiança?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board.
A member of
I
the
tried
board.
to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Você precisa de destacamento de segurança?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oronese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
E depois?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
Os empreiteiros da Crenell, por hora.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Nossa, vocês fizeram uma bagunça aqui. Eu tenho que dizer, isso não é disco.
it is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet,
Porra, já
the world's
perdemos
second
10
largest insect, can kill 40
4
honeybees
minutos.
a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Tenso.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Viu, Kim? Essa é a grande sangria que eu vinha te falando. É verdade, é engraçado, né? É num um pouco menor, assim, né? De proporção, mas...
It appears you found it, yes. And I'm not happy for you.
Sim, não vejo isso acontecendo. Muitas coisas teriam que te dar errado primeiro. Esse não é um cenário bastante sombrio que você está descrevendo?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
O que você pode me contar sobre Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Minuto. Certo, mais alguma coisa que você tem sobre
Sadly,
esse?
no.
Yes.
Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
The International Collaboration
Tomar no cu, perdi mais um.
ICP is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational investigations.
ICP é tipo
Their
Interpol.
database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel.
Você poderia contratar a firma? Diga pra chamar de volta?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
Beleza. Isso é suficiente
I
por hora.
am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Tá bom, deixa eu só ver isso aqui. Ó.
Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center.
Humpty Dumpty Dom Center.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The
Let's be honest.
Dom Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Passivos da enciclopédia dão mais 10 XP e R$2. Caralho. Isso que eu não sabia não. Não lembrava, né? Menos 2 de sugestão. Imbecil pretencioso. Perfeito. Essa sugestão vai ser complicada, mas a gente vai nadar em experiência agora, né? Assim,
You're
tem muito
back.
jogo ainda pra jogar.
Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
Ah, porque tá chovendo, que legal. Um casaco assim cairia bem, a chuva está congelando.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel.
Lindo.
Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
Que você pode me falar sobre essas tatuagens?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Fique quieto, observe as expressões dela.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
O que você acha?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
Ela aponta para uma no cartão
I
fotográfico.
can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Como estrelas no céu?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300
Essa tatuagem
years
é
ago,
foda, vamos combinar.
the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
Eu vou fazer essa tatuagem um dia. Digo agora que eu vou fazer essa tatuagem um dia. Qual a utilidade desse mapa?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
Que não vai a lugar nenhum, a não ser o necrotério.
The times have changed.
Que viagens o homem morto
Quite a
fez?
few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this,
O coração.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
Esse homem não é nenhum irmão meu, mas esse é seu histórico de serviço.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Ó, foda essa frase é foda, vamos combinar. Eu vou até anotar, eu acho. Tipo, eu acho que uma coisa que me inspira muito é essas sobreposições geralmente aleatórias. Elas criam criam um aspecto... transforma uma frase normal numa coisa poética, né? Tipo assim, as duas frases... Principalmente quando alguma frase é igual essa primeira, né? Parece verso de música ou poesia mesmo. E eu tenho um fraco por coisas físicas, né? E mares, sangue e tudo, né? Hoje o jogo tem umas reflexões muito fodas e a forma que eles falam tem um som sempre esse som poético. É, mais ou menos, né? Antigamente tinha também. O Planescape Torment é um jogo que saiu em 99, 2000, né? Que esse jogo chupa muito, assim. Então, assim, sempre existiram esse tipo de jogos. Só não era uma coisa tão famosa igual é hoje em dia, né? Que chega na população geral. Quem poderia me contar mais?
Two members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
You wouldn't even know where to start.
Acho que basta tatuagem. Obrigado pela
Is there
ajuda.
anything else I can help you with?
Eu queria saber, conversar mais sobre o caso, né?
Of course.
Não.
Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
Sobre o linchamento.
Of course.
Ai, sim.
Anything to help.
Você diz que a vítima agrediu uma mulher.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers.
Os Fallout antigo também Baldur's Gate.
I cannot testify by it.
Geralmente RPG costuma ser mais profundo. Geralmente, mas existem exceções, né? No final das contas, o RPG é a maior forma de videogame, né? A coisa que mais exige tempo e exige profundidade, geralmente, assim, né? Quem passou a informação, então?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
O que esses adolescentes no canal disseram?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too.
Eu não acho RPG maior porque o gameplay não requer tanta skill mecânica. Mas o que é jogo, afinal, né? Como é que se diz? É um negócio que exige uma mecânica arrojada? Tá entendendo? Mas eu acho que eu quis dizer mais no sentido, assim, de ser uma arte, tá ligado? De ser considerado uma forma alta de arte, né? Mas, assim, quando junta as duas coisas é ideal, né? Você pensa assim, um jogo igual xadrez ou poker não exige tanta skill mecânica, tá entendendo? Então, assim, não acho que necessariamente é uma coisa que ou tira ou põe, não. No sentido, não é positivo nem negativo nesse sentido. Existem jogos que são mais mecânicos, né? E jogos que são menos. Eu acho só que o RPG é onde abre, assim, essa possibilidade. Geralmente, né? Falando assim, geralmente. É onde abre essa possibilidade que só o jogo pode abrir. O videogame, especificamente, né? Que é tipo assim... Que é o sistema de notas nosso, né? Que é tipo... Só o videogame você consegue controlar o destino do personagem. Certo? Então, assim, o RPG é o jogo que mais explora esse aspecto que só um jogo, né, consegue proporcionar, né? Porque as outras formas de arte não tem isso. Assim, claro, existem exceções, mas numa forma geral, é isso que define o que é jogo, né? Então, eu acho que nessas formas o RPG é o que mais consegue fazer isso, né? Que ainda é jogo. Porque tem outras coisas que é só você decide, né? Alguns jogos que é só você decide. Que isso já tinha antes. Inclusive, o programa Você Decide.
Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Caio Fleming fala: Pois é, eu não acho que precisa existir certos padrões para ser um grande jogo artístico. É claro, a gente viu o The Witness aí, né? Que é um jogo só de puzzle. Que é um jogo muito artístico, muito abstrato, profundo, assim. No Miva falei, que eu gosto do balanço entre mecânica e o que a gente chama disso, né? Que é o quê? Livre-arbítrio, né? Personalização, né? Eu acho que é de 2 para 1. A jogabilidade conta pra caralho. Só que assim conta também gráfico, tem o mesmo peso, né? No nosso sistema de nota ali tem os pesos. Meio que a mesma coisa, assim. E alguns jogos tem muita mecânica e tem muito livre-arbítrio. E não tem personalização. Outros tem muita personalização mecânica e não tem livre-arbítrio. A gente pode dar exemplos aqui, né? Um exemplo de um jogo que tem muita mecânica, tipo sei lá, um GTA, por exemplo, né? Tem até minigames e tudo mais. Um GTA funciona perfeitamente mecanicamente falando. Tem muito livre-arbítrio, mas não tem tanta personalização. Pra acalmar, muito obrigado pelo Prime. Então, assim, aí você vê por outro lado um jogo que vamos supor, um jogo que tem muita personalização, mecânica e pouco livre-arbítrio. Seria um jogo que tem uma história reta, né? Seria alguma coisa mais... Tipo, Pokémon, por exemplo. Você pode personalizar muito do seu jogo, mas você não tem muito livre-arbítrio, né? Você só tem um jeito de jogar o jogo, por assim dizer. Então, assim, todas essas coisas pesam, né? Ao mesmo tanto, eu acho. Você equaciona esses critérios com base na proposta do jogo. E com base na mídia, né? Que é o jogo. Vamos supor, um jogo igual... Vamos supor, um jogo igual os jogos do David Cage, que são horríveis, né? Eles têm história... Esses são jogos que têm história, que supostamente você faz escolhas e você tem história. É isso que é o jogo. E a mecânica do jogo é basicamente você apertar botão às vezes, muitas vezes, né? Dentro dessa proposta, a gente, tipo assim, não dá pra dar pra nenhum jogo assim, porque tem muito pouca mecânica, né? Mas ao mesmo tempo, a gente dá uma vantagem aí pro jogo, porque o jogo, porque essa é a proposta do jogo. Mas aí se o jogo não consegue nem fazer isso de forma, né, que faça sentido... Tipo assim, vamos supor, um jogo... Steins Gate, por exemplo, é um jogo que você não anda... Você literalmente só tem... É uma novela... Como é que chama? Como é que chama? Não, esqueci o nome em inglês. Mas é basicamente um livro que você lê... É uma história interativa. Digamos, é visual novel, isso. Uma visual novel. Só que dentro da visual novel... Ele tem um sistema que faz você escolher e ir de trás pra frente... Que é muito coeso com o jogo. Que ele proporciona e o que ele faz. Esse é um jogo que faz sentido, que foi pensado e tudo mais. O jogo do David Cage é tipo assim, velho. Você precisa de fazer um teste de um cutscene lá que o cara vai pegar na sua mão. Aí você tem que fazer um Hadouken. Tipo assim, tá ligado? Então as coisas não fazem sentido. Então, assim, tem casos e casos, né? A gente analisa por caso, digamos assim. A gente uma hora a gente vai ter que jogar todos os Pokémons, né? Então, assim, vamos ver qual que vai ser o melhor e tudo mais. Mas o problema do Pokémon é a falta de criatividade mesmo, eu diria. Tipo, o primeiro Pokémon é um jogo incrível, né? A primeira geração ali. E depois eles só foram repetindo isso. Então, assim, o primeiro vai ganhar muita criatividade, que também é um peso no nosso sistema de nota, né? Exclamação notas. Exclamação nota pra você ver aí no Miva. E aí, isso, os outros só vão perder, né? Que estão fazendo a mesma coisa, mas por aí vai. A gente vai jogar eventualmente. De qualquer forma, ele é acusado de ter agredido sexualmente uma mulher. Algum tempo depois, um grupo de estivadores colocou as mãos nele. E quem era essa mulher?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
Você vai conhecer ele em breve, você vai sentir. Esse coronel, aquele que foi enforcado, você conhecia ele?
If you mean, did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
O nome dele era?
Lely,
Lely.
his service name. A nom de guerre, most likely.
Nome de guerra.
He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Conte-me sobre os outros primeiro.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased's.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw.
Ah, ele
It
tinha
made it
filme de
difficult to
combate.
estimate
na
his
mandíbula.
age or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Onde estão os dois mercenários restantes agora?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Nós ainda precisamos saber onde eles estão.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Caralho, enviados pela paz, mais resposta do homicídio dos pelegos. Roupas não serviram. Não passou na checagem de antecedentes. Caralho, que foda. A gente tem 97%. Onde estão os mercenários?
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his
Ah,
distance.
ele é um dos caras. É o líder dos fura-greve, né?
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the
Sim.
Laurentians.
Deve ser o tonto vestindo roupas de apertadas de estivador perto da entrada do porto.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied.
Só porque a gente
How
passou
could
nos
my
outros
employer
testes, né?
react if it appeared I were intervening
Que a gente
on behalf of the
conseguiu
Union?
meio que unir. É foda esse jogo, velho. É muito bem feito nesse sentido de interconexão de pistas. É um jogo de detetive real mesmo. Eu joguei algum Shin Megami Tensei? Nunca joguei. E se não tá aí nessa lista é porque eu nunca joguei no canal aqui também. Mas tá na lista pra gente jogar. Tem uma outra exclamação jogo. Você consegue ver a lista dos próximos jogos que nós vamos jogar. Nós estamos na fase 3.
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Um deles provavelmente está num prédio com vista para o rotatório.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
Deixa eu outra
I
pergunta pra
hope I
você.
can answer it better.
Quanto tempo nós
Till
temos?
the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Sim.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Tem problema não, amiga. Amiga sim, né? Você já foi mais amiga nossa. Essa parede.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to...
Quando a gente era art cop, né? Era mais fácil essa parede aí, esse teste dessa parede. Tá bom. Queria ver se... Ah, é 9 horas da noite, hoje à noite, que a gente tem que encontrar o cara, né? Tem que sentar nesse banco ainda. Tô evitando esse banco, né? Quem nunca jogou o jogo tá vendo que eu tô evitando, né? A gente tem que ir no... Tinha umas coisas que a gente tinha que conversar com o Quem, né? Os trem aqui do...
A lorry, the smell of sick. There's something odd about them.
Eu só vou pular que nós já vimos, né?
The remnants of the actress. This is Tijon. She wasted away in a drug den called the door to the actresses, and you wedge us. But one odd sandpaper adds extra grip.
Parece que o motorista colou um pedaço de lixo no acelerador para oferecer alguma aderência extra.
Sandpaper? Another technique?
A lixa também reformaria o padrão da sola do bode direito.
Do the honors, he thinks.
Do the honors. Connect yourself. Uma das pegadas do local do crime tinha uma aberração. Uma das solas era mais lisa que a outra.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
Sim. Espere. O oitavo Hard desaparecido aqui.
Looks like her, yes.
E é ela também que comanda o tráfico de drogas. Que problemática.
Now we know for certain who's the missing eighth person.
Boa noite, seu Frost. Boa noite.
Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Eu acho que o sindicato inteiro está envolvido. Talvez até todo o Martinez.
We should talk with Titus, see what he's got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still
Não, examine o rádio.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them together.
Por que alguém precisaria de tantas estações de
For
rádio?
contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Algo que possamos fazer com rádio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The ghostly actresses and
Arranca a capa do banco.
Bonne prise.
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevator
gente já viu
totals
isso.
at the intakes. This means no storm will ever the final map. These service tunnels.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Onde o contrabando vai parar?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Besmerti, isso soa vagamente familiar.
Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate.
É a
They see
máfia, né?
themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol.
Opa, voou, meu.
With cool names, like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
Quem você acha que está por trás
It's
disso?
definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it.
Eu vou pedir para
Best
peça do
not to
banco.
disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just a
Caixa de
metallic.
ferramentas,
It's an
dobra o
issue
jornal.
of Petty it looks like an article ripped out.
The Uland frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back and enclosed.
Beleza. É isso, meu amigo Kim. Tem que fazer umas coisas no carro dele, né? Agora que eu lembrei. Que é conseguir o número da armadura.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
Pega o rádio.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Consegui receber o número de ICP sobre o número de série?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Acho que um de seus nomes é Crenel.
Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP. And the one before it was Damwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
Huh.
Armor like this isn't mass-produced. It would have probably been fitted. Perhaps there's a record of who signed for this particular suit of armor.
Uma armadura como essa teria sido personalizada para caber no usuário. Deve haver um registro da pessoa e quem ela foi entregue.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote.
Sim, obrigado,
She'll
professor.
put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Sim, por favor, tente. É imperativo descobrir de quem era essa armadura.
Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then.
Amanhã, né? Que é isso, velho?
57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Tinha como a gente correr o negócio com a... Não, quarta-feira não tem nada ainda. Histórias da vítima. Duas peças da armadura. 12 assinaturas. Cante no karaokê. As provas passaram as sequências do Whirling. Quem fez a ligação. As tatuagens da vítima. Lê se o fichário deu nome ao caso. Quem colocou as roupas no lixo. Reporte a perda distintiva é foda, né? Tá bom, vamos... Eu não preciso de reportar a perda do meu distintivo. Porra nenhuma, não. Só ver uma coisa aqui.
You see a set of tire tracks in the
Cálculo visual. Vamos pra cálculo visual, vamos lá. Aqui só 2, hein? Agora alguma reflexão, né?
You see a set of tire tracks in the
Tá bom, vamos ver se tem alguma coisa de cálculo visual, alguma roupa. Lógica, drama. Calafrios. Menos 2 instrumentos físicos é foda, né? Mas eu prefiro essa aqui do que essa louca. Mais um de retórica. Não tem nada que aumente o cálculo visual, né? A gente já tem um que aumenta. Puta que pariu.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown.
Tá bom, depois a gente faz. Ali não tem nenhum... Ah, sim. A gente pode analisar de novo essa pegada aqui, né? Ah, não. Ah, pode. Porque fica aparecendo esse trem, fica me incomodando.
What do I then have?
Indeed.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way
Aye.
to put it is it was made to look like a lynching.
Nós somos propositalmente
By these
despistados.
tracks? Yes.
Quanto tempo você acha que tem raça?
It is not.
As I
Correct again.
interesting.
Oh, this one's easy.
Sim, o motorista descartou o calçado e se lembra daquela cabine de caminhão que abandonaram que
It's a
encontramos?
piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the outsole.
Primeiro contrabando de drogas, agora isso. Confundo vai essa toca. Ah, é porque você pode vir aqui, né? Se você não passou no teste lá, você pode passar o teste aqui.
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Aqueles idiotas,
We should
definitivamente.
see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter.
Tem como você fazer
What
mais
do you
coisa
see?
aqui então,
I'm
né?
guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy.
Aham.
Yes, well,
Cara de errado.
he did look a bit like a rat. You're right. Do you think those prints belong to him?
Sim.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
Pesado.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a... Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
Ainda vai ficar estranho, né? Tá bom. E essa lixeira?
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You
Os
see
caras falaram que tem como
cartons,
dormir, né?
dirty
No
rags, and
lixo,
organic
velho.
waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Yes?
O que tira cálculo visual daqui, nossa? Tem algo... Menos 1 de cálculo visual, esse aqui, né? E... Esse, é temporada, cara, mais 6 horas ainda, né? Vamos antes dos hard boys ali, vamos vir aqui, certo? Tem algumas coisas que a gente fazer aqui ainda. Tem coisa aqui pra baixo? Ó, tem. Rapaz. Não tinha visto isso aqui não, é? Cadê a lanterna? Janela de adega. Espera as pessoas se arrastando pela rua. Então, tem alguma coisa pra fazer aqui ainda, que a gente sabe, né? Isso aqui, ó.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, que negócio é esse? É uma fornalha?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages.
Olha dentro da
It's
fornalha.
dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
Eu estou alucinando, ou talvez seja a entidade.
Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always.
Sim.
This sounded real, not imagined.
Instrumento físico vai ser tenso, né? A gente tem 0. Esfregue suas mãos com carvão. Não. Essas vozes que eu vi, talvez... vamos lá.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
Essas vozes que eu vi, talvez seja a entidade maligna. Pleasance disse que ela mora na chaminé.
Right. The rooms do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Pera aí. Instrumento físico, né? Vamos ver a roupinha. Esse aqui dá mais um instrumento físico. Esse aqui dá mais um. Ah, mas dá a mesma coisa, né? Eletroquímica, muito de eletroquímica, né? Tem mais nada que dá.
A thick
Tentar
layer
gritar.
of coal dust
17.
covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. You muster all your strength and yell.
Oh.
Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a lifetime of smoking and drinking would do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer.
A hollow ring echoes
Ai.
through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Que isso? Eu tomei 2. Ah, posso tentar de novo. Vamos lá.
Something
Passei.
breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Opa!
you awaken the entity.
Eu invoco o fantasma dessa área comercial amaldiçoada. Me responda, espírito. Aqui é a polícia. Quem tá aí?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
Ah,
The sound of
entidade.
a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Foi bom de ter chutado então e tomado esse dano, né? Tem isso aqui também, né? Esse rolê. Vamos ver. É um rolê doideira.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Espera um pouco. Como eu sei qual é a aparência de ladrilhos mosaicos quedranianos?
History classes Students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
O que eu estou olhando?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Frequência de rádio pra quê?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system.
Já foi? Não, Não, quase deu um spoiler. Foi ainda não.
Very advanced.
Foi ainda não. Mas talvez role hoje. Então, estamos lidando com algo médico aqui?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency.
Game
A note
Master
says,
Frequency.
This one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Espere. Quem é o mestre do jogo?
Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
Nossa, tô precisando ver isso. A mina que tô trocando ideia tá me torturando. Você nunca jogou o jogo e tá falando pra você ver essa parte? Tá bom, eu posso tentar ver hoje. Se é um jogo, então quem está jogando?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station.
Ah,
A list of
é um jogo pelo
names under the
telefone.
stations suggests people across 6 isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious the project became.
Isso aqui é um comentário metalinguístico sobre jogos independentes no geral, né? Uma pequena empresa tentando fazer um trem super ambicioso. É eles mesmo, né? Só o custo da largura de banda sozinho deve ter sido imenso.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
O que mais?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspeção dos desenhos.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins.
É
You make out autonomous
elfo, né?
Welkins casting
Sílfides.
wax-based magic. Translucent Welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether Welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine o Sylphid, isso é importante.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged.
Os elfos são sempre uns filho da puta, né? Supremacistas.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men.
Headless Man.
Purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin. Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these
Sim.
little Welkin creatures.
Por que alguém gastaria tanto tempo nisso?
Some people really like building a world, I think.
Olha lá.
Even if it's just for a game.
Quem são essas criaturas? Quem as desenhou? Elas são reais? Eu tenho de perguntar.
This looks like
Eu tenho tantas
concept art
perguntas.
for a project. It's not really real.
Um deles é um supremacista Sylphid.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Bem, isso foi educativo. Vamos virar a página dos
Just look at
Sylphids.
those details. So much effort.
And for what? All
Deixa eu só colocar o meu sapato aqui, que eu tinha esquecido dele. Cadê? Eu já estou com ele.
your flashlight, some of the writing,
Inspeção
the
nas
photo
fotos.
collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms.
Você vê como é que é, né, pra fazer um
trees
jogo,
grown
né?
in
Dá trabalho
under
demais,
the
velho.
snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds. abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden.
Beast
A
of
pinned
burden.
postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun."
Tipo, dentro do
drifting
jogo,
through the universe.
dentro do jogo eles fizeram todo um sketch, né? Um roteirinho pra outro jogo.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Continue lendo, o que
As
aconteceu?
time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty
Os caras são arteados demais,
in the
né?
final days.
Tem muito...
Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Eles tinham espaço, né, velho? Tinha tempo pra fazer um jogo independente, aí essas que são as belezas do jogo. Mas é foda o dinheiro, né?
Looks like they didn't make it.
É. Ah lá, eles não conseguiram
A
terminar.
note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, "Heat Death of the Universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s."
A gente tem um negócio, né? Fazer
This
isso ali.
appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Você acha que devemos ligar?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Liga a máquina.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Olha dentro do compartimento.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insira o cronograma de produção.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Reproduzir.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum.
A gente
The
achou
sound
esse
of
item aqui
static
perto,
seeps
uns dias
through
antes,
the
né?
machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
O que é o cronograma de produção?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Você quer dizer essa coisa brilhante que eu coloquei aqui dentro?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Eu não sei.
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
Como eu faço isso?
Open the hatch on the compartment.
Boa noite,
Don't
existe boa
touch
noite.
the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside.
É chamado de cronograma de
I need to know
produção.
what it's called. Good. Please repeat the password.
Uma palavra-chave? Eu sou ruim mesmo com palavra-chave. Pode me dar uma dica?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
É meu aniversário?
Still no.
Que é a polícia? Por favor, abra essa coisa.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access.
Coitada dessa senhora, velho.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
Eu não sei usar.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Sim.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you
Por
today?
que você me chamou de Forte Reverso?
Fortress accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Você tem alguma informação sobre essa companhia?
One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces
Revolutionary Interactive.
video games.
That's not bad.
Uau, super conceitual. E o que é isso, esse jogo de rádio interativo?
Any other questions?
Não, ela nem respondeu, né? O que você é, uma máquina ou você está viva?
Yes, I am alive.
Yvonne.
I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Ivone, meu parceiro me disse que está aqui porque quem trabalha com rádio e computador é paranoico.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Tudo bem, mas onde você está? Como descobriu onde estou?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress accident. As for me, well,
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Não fica solitária nesse trabalho?
lonely?
Falou
Why
policial.
would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
É verdade.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything
Tá bom.
else I can do, Fortress accident.
Isso é tudo por hora.
Thank you and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering,
Imprimir, né?
casting the framework. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Parece um programa de conteúdo. É só um negócio fracassado. A única questão é que diabos ele está fazendo.
Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory crafted together.
Manda pra
in a
mim.
box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness.
Utter
Yes,
madness.
As a compliment.
Como ele está planejando fazer
Two
isso?
call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
Olha aí que loucura, RPG no Discord.
Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Alguém já fez isso antes?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
Sim.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
E esse era um jogo de RPG?
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
Super cool.
This game is too good to be left unfinished.
O que você acha que aconteceu com a companhia?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Uou.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
E o mundo é frio e solitário, isso fale companhia a ele. Vamos finalizá-lo.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Okay, let's keep moving.
talvez a gente ache a senha, né? Agora que a gente ouviu isso aí.
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded. The handwriting, the full text this, it looks at mini-me, stands for a mini-meeting. As time,
Looks like they did...
a note in the bottom left corner of the photo. Entire
Será que tem alguma senha aqui?
These who are all one of the Welkins. Towering, your eyes glide over. Force these who are all one of the Welkins. It's the hull door.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little... Some people... This looks like... Just look at...
And for what?
Nossa, cadê a porra da senha dos cara?
This old fireplace is covered in light. The whole thing resembles K-drama, history classes, radio frequency, unclear. It looks like a cardio. You think so? The web is... They must have had massive... Someone... A conductor, whoever... A list of all of this is... There's no way a little basement...
My God. It's as if the schedule...
Nothing. Why does art inspire you?
Opa, olha aí que apareceu. Sim, inspira, mas o que é arte?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment.
Sim.
In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Eu me encaixaria no mundo da arte, quer dizer?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Aí, calma aí, arquitetura também é arte?
Of course not. It's
Of course not.
Box drawing, masturbation with a ruler.
A maior coisa, velho, de um crítico de arte, né, é você é você ser chato pra caralho, né? Espere, música também é arte?
Only the most experimental kind.
Eu acho que tem me sentido crítico ultimamente.
You seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop.
O art cop.
Half art critic, half cop.
Certo. Se 50% da criticidade artística é o que eu preciso pra me livrar da rotina mecânica, que assim seja.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticism.
Savage criticism, art
The world
cop.
is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Vamos lá, né? O que a gente joga fora? Eu acho que é o tipo de celebridade, velho. Qual que é o outro que tinha... Esse Long Way Home, ele é meio, tipo assim, não é muito útil. A batida de John Rock é bom, né? Esperar um pouco e ver se esses aqui vão ser úteis. O Kodomamadakwa e Alta Estado do Sul. Eu tiraria esse aqui, mas eu acho que pra fazer o negócio que você tá querendo aí, o Altavakovsky, a gente precisa dele por enquanto. Então vamos esperar um pouco. Vamos conversar com a moça lá em cima então, né? Estávamos no Shonranji. Olha. Essa travessa tá cheia de dados. Dados poliédricos coloridos, centenas deles. Recipiente dispensador de doces foi reaproveitado para comportar milhares de dados.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Como um pássaro, a mulher senta-se num trono de ferramentas com uma luz esmeralda cintilando no seu cabelo.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Dye?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Espera, o que você quer dizer com milieu?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
O Elston pergunta: Vitão, tô fazendo a janta vendo sua live e me surgiu a dúvida. Você gosta de carne moída? Gosto muito.
Mostly, they just teach
É zoeira, né?
us
Mas sim,
different
eu
languages.
adoro.
But some
macarrão.
stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Você deve ter me confundido com outra pessoa. Eu não bati na sua janela.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Por que você está me perguntando sobre dados?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the
Faz
name of
dados
your
de
role-playing
RPG.
system and I'll make the die you need. That's
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
eu estava procurando por outras coisas. Aperte os olhos misteriosamente. Respostas. Claro, eu gosto de RPGs e preciso de um dado. Talvez eu não tenha certeza porque eu tô isso aqui.
very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites.
Tem como a gente procurar? Como você se tornou um artesã de
How
dados?
did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Você mesmo gosta de jogos de
Not
RPG?
especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
O que você sabe sobre o homem que foi linchado atrás do Whirling in Rag?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about a dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Kai Flame fala, a voz e o sotaque das personagens são lindos, são mesmo. O que você quis dizer com tumulto diário?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
E você nunca tirou os olhos do trabalho para olhar para a janela?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Você costuma trabalhar nos domingos à noite?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Entendi, obrigado pelas
She
respostas.
nods.
Anything else, officer?
Ei, onde nós estamos mesmo? Que lugar é esse?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's
Doideira
strange,
esse lugar,
I
né?
know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Você não paga.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
Eu ouvi falar que esse lugar é amaldiçoado. Você sabia que as pessoas o chamam de área comercial
I've
amaldiçoada?
heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Espera, como você explica o que aconteceu com todas as companhias, então?
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
É verdade, é verdade, é verdade. Foi Plaisance quem me enviou. Ela está convencida que o lugar está repleto de energias maliciosas.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the
Ah.
energy spared her somehow?
Na verdade, a livraria não está indo tão bem. Quase não há clientes, ela tem que explorar sua filha para manter o negócio funcionando.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags?
Espera
Some people
pouco.
say it's part of the building complex.
Espera pouco. O Whirling é parte da área comercial amaldiçoada?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
Sim, mas ainda é um prédio separado. As energias maliciosas não conseguem chegar lá.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years.
14
selling
anos.
novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
É porque você é competente e dedicado ao seu ofício. A maldição não afeta pessoas como você. A maldição não vai chegar até você, não tenho dúvida. Seria o primeiro a admitir que existem muitas inconsistências nessa dita maldição.
I was just about to ask. What do you think?
Eu vou ser o primeiro a
Do you
dizer.
think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Psychic Quest. Estou começando a ver que não existe maldição nenhuma. Somente decisões comerciais e flutuações naturais do mercado.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
Calafrios, Sabe o que aconteceu com os outros inquilinos? Todo mundo
More or
desapareceu.
less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Encontrei uma máquina estranha.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over
Que
Willow.
isso?
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
O que você quer dizer com liberal? O que
The
aconteceu?
usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
Que deu errado?
Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Pelo que eu vi até agora, o projeto parecia bem interessante.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic. And to show up to work on time.
Bem, aparecer pra trabalhar na hora é incrivelmente difícil. Isso é ruim, eu teria apoiado eles. O projeto parece ótimo.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
Tinha um urso parado
Oh
terrorizando por lá.
boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys
Essa história é
who
boa.
had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed, what were the other ideas?
Tudo bem, e as outras ideias?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritta does the same thing.
Eu conheço a garota desse jeito, ela trabalha no Frit como caixa e ela não é particularmente amigável.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice.
Véi,
yes.
por quê, né?
Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravachol ICT. And they already had the bear.
E o que tem o urso?
The bear.
Não funcionou?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile ape.
A gente falou
To
exatamente
make
isso.
matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
O Gabriel falou. Véi, eu nunca falei com essa mina. Porra,
Eventually,
pois é, né?
Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glass A 5000. Glass A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Tenho certeza que o urso estava dando seu melhor.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
Como?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while
Vision
high
beast.
on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Megatherium.
Sounds cool.
Sounds cool.
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherium?
Megatherium, a mega wild beast.
O que é uma besta mega
It's an
selvagem?
imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Ah, eu não uso drogas. Eu tenho um animal onírico pessoal.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
Costumava,
I've been here for a long time.
costumava ter um salão de cabeleireiros aqui, certo?
Yes, I think it was called
Muita história
Androgynous
doida.
Orlando or
Androgynous
something similar.
Orlando.
They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Sim.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
O que tem errado com um pouco de experimentação? A clientela deveria ter sido mais cabeça aberta.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
O que aconteceu com a academia?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Parece que o animal onírico do personagem é uma cacatua. Que informe,
A
Tep?
kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Talvez seja isso que o Kuno precisa, um clube de boxe focado na comunidade.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
Ele é um pequeno gremlin ruivo que cuida de profanar cadáveres.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
Sim.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Como se saiu esse projeto comunitário?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
Eita, caralho.
At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Opa!
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a
Nossa.
few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Os caras é foda, precisa de educação mesmo pra essas crianças ver. Por que as janelas estão quebradas?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a
Véi,
company
olha as
that comes
ideias,
to
véi.
repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my
Aquela
own.
ONG pra ajudar viciado. Não, esse aqui é mais um sistema de... É igual tem no The Wire, né? É foda. Bacana, muito bacana a história dos combos. Mas o que é uma milieu hedionda?
It's a sub-rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real
Ah,
victims. Some
que
people pay good money to
tenso,
get off on
véi.
it.
É o Snuff,
Don't
né?
worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Alguém daqui fazia animais empalhados, eu vi um monte desses por aí.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
Mr. Fabron.
No, he mostly just did drugs.
Véi,
Anything else?
eu encontrei manequins
There
horripilantes.
used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Ativistas dos direitos dos insetos, mas em nome de...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
Eita,
And you
cara.
know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
O que é pior, né? Comprar uma roupa feita de asa de besouro ou matar os besouros pra fazer uma roupa de asa de besouro. Ai... Eles tiveram que merecer. Fazer roupas de asa de besouro é uma ideia
At
terrível.
least it had some spark to it. Most young designers just combine lace with leather and call it original.
Você tem um
As
ponto.
she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
O que são essas lâminas de rotor e esquis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream.
Slipstream.
After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Nossa.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Isso é ilegal, fugir com o dia da companhia desse jeito, porque ele não foi preso.
Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47.
Que isso?
I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
Vixe, dá pra fazer uma grana só entrando e vendendo essas coisas aí
Maybe
dentro.
you could make a sword out of one. No. Wait. Forget it. It would take too long.
Ai, velho. Eu encontrei o telefone do edifício, mas não está funcionando.
Oh, right. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
Então você está dizendo que a companhia sem nome no cartão era sua.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there.
14
As
anos,
I
velho.
said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Eu estava pensando em Willing Rags, é parte do mesmo conjunto de
You
construções?
could say so. Both houses were built at the
Ah,
same
ela já
The
falou.
whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place
Eu vi o nome
there,
Pinball
so-
Delta Leste no interfone.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Que isso, Kim?
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
Caralho, uma coisa estranha aconteceu quando eu tentei ligar pra uma companhia chamada Slipstream SA. Alguém atendeu.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman?
Ela
Maybe
disse-
it was Plaisance
Ela
from
disse que era da
bookstore.
Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a
Ela ligou pro
prank on you?
passado, meu filho.
No, it was something else. It was eerie. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
É, você tem razão. Não, foi alguma outra coisa, algo tenebroso.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No, sir. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
É, vamos ver. Diz que tem como a gente achar. Ah, o
Kodomamadakwa.
Kodomamadakwa. Kodomamadakwa.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard Kol Dumamadakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
Listening. Mais 3 de percepção, caralho. Top. Muito bom esse call do Mamadakwa, né? Eu já tenho que tirar outra coisa mesmo, velho. É, o tipo de celebridade. Vamos tirar. Menos 1 de lógica. Eu queria tirar o do cálculo visual. Algum do cálculo visual. Vamos esquecer esse mesmo. E vamos colocar diploma verdadeiro de arte. A gente tem 7 de percepção. Caralho, bicho. Ela falou que tinha uns dados por aí. Jogados. A gente conseguiu achar? Tem nada aqui não, né? Vou pedir pra ela fazer um dado.
Oh, it's you again. Of
Quero que me dê um
course.
dado.
Tell me what you have in mind.
Ah, você tem algum dado extraordinário, amaldiçoado? Fale-me do seu dado mais extraordinário. Isso que na verdade é apenas um dado normal pra mim. Não, você tá procurando alguma coisa pra me ajudar no trabalho. Dado mais
A
extraordinário.
star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Não, acho que não vale isso
Alright.
tudo.
Maybe some other tie then?
Estou procurando por um dado pra alguma coisa pra me ajudar no meu
I
trabalho.
think I have just the right one for you.
Polidos, um vermelho e um azul estão alinhados na palma da mão dela.
Police colors.
Porque eu sou policial,
Not
certo?
the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best.
Uhum.
Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
You
Não
overthink.
passei, velho.
Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a broken string.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary.
Down the drain by your career. Eu não brinco de pegar.
Right.
Eu não sou um cachorro.
I see that.
Eu definitivamente não sou vadia de ninguém.
The dice maker coughs, her hands playing with her ring again. She doesn't say a word.
Deixa eu
The
dar no
knuckles
chão.
pop audibly.
Deixa eu só ver um trem. Quanto que foi a última vez que teve Norte em meia hora, né? Então, eu queria mostrar pra vocês uma coisa. Ai, meu Deus. A gente vai ter que... vamos fazer isso aqui voando, então. Vamos lá. Eu vou fazer voando tudo que a gente fez agora. A gente já fez isso aqui, né? Vocês vão ver, gente.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The filament slides. Nothing happens. Like a smooth draw. Nothing happens.
Vocês vão ver uma coisa foda. É a primeira vez que a gente tá dando um save scam, né? Mas é por uma boa razão. Vocês vão ver um trem foda, velho. Que a gente conseguiu da primeira vez que a gente jogou. Segunda vez a gente não conseguiu, não. Vamos pular
Hello.
tudo aqui, que é toda a conversa.
She's got a direct
Yes, mostly. They just teach. Then how did you get inside? I'm a novel.
role-playing games.
Very good. Take a look.
It almost looks as if the stones.
How did I? Some of my friends were not the spec.
Some of those. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Nothing.
Who cared? The lieutenant.
Your window.
I'm sorry that. Well, during the.
She's not.
But I never. I might. It's really. I might. It's really hard. It's an odd profession.
She not.
Anything else, officer? We're inside. But when
Place on.
Created.
When she arrived here, there was no room.
I've heard the stories. It's just capital. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy. Oh, right. But it's not just the book. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and then there is... I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice.
Seria a primeira a admitir, né?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting.
Exact. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. More or less. Yes.
A bit of. It's not about the haircut.
I guess it just wasn't... It wasn't merely a gym. It was Artemiteps Boxing Club.
E a gente não pegou o trem da arte, né?
Created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help. It didn't. Eventually, the coalition took away. Good.
Segurei, amiga. Tem que pegar a porra do negócio da arte, né? Desculpa, gente. Até porque a gente tá fazendo a versão definitiva. E como a gente voltou, a gente tem que fazer exatamente as coisas que a gente fez antes, né? Que a gente foi sair
This
clicando
old
nisso aqui, né?
fight, the whole history classes, radio free, unclear. You think so? They must have had massive airway. Someone, a conduct, whoever, a list of all of this. There's
My God. The schedule.
nothing.
Aí.
Why does art excellent? In short, have you looked in the mirror lately? Of course not. Only the most yes. You seek exactly. Go ahead.
Beleza, a gente tinha tirado esse tipo de celebridade. Vamos tirar e vamos pôr o verdadeiro pão de arte. Isso. Não é o melhor jeito de jogar assim não, viu, gente? Tipo assim, ficar tirando e colocando pensamento, você gasta ponto, né? O ideal é você saber todos qual que você
Are
quer.
you looking for a die? I'm listening.
Tá ligado?
And they never click. It's a sub.
Don't worry.
Good luck with that. You mean anything else? They used to be a Then you and not at least it.
As she
Anything else? They were made. Honestly, I think it's the usual. I'm at.
Name like that.
Sure, I have no
maybe you could make a sword out of one.
fortress.
She liked
They were an int. They certainly the usual. Well, they seem to believe they were historical in the. Yes. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce.
E aí,
something
camarada?
truly
Como é que você tá?
historic. And to show up to work on time. And so is produced.
something
Anything else?
O Simpalhada, história bizarra.
There was and by
Fritter does the same thing.
employing and they all the of course eventually Ravishell ICT maybe. He said it the
Sounds. Why is every
Megatherion. It's an by telling you to do more. Do you? Anyway.
little
Anything else?
Foi.
Another failed. Oh, I think
the doorbell with
that's right. You could say
if the whirling is
right. My advice.
Agreed.
his disdain for
It can't. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Tryson. We used to.
no.
Caraca, eu tô lembrando de todas as respostas, né?
Pranks can. Oh, the kids these. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure. Sure, I'm listening.
Agora é o dado, né? Deixa eu só salvar antes, porque a gente voltou por causa desse negócio do dado, né? Pra vocês verem.
Call the mama Dakwa.
Você já viu isso? Então,
Oh, it's
esse
you
dado.
again.
Olha
Of
que loucura.
course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Me ajuda no meu
I
trabalho.
think I have-
Police colors.
Not the more. Here, catch. They're good for me.
Pegamos, porra.
Smooth moves. You snatch the
Mr.
dice
Smooth
with
Moves.
one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Pisque para artesã.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone.
Ó que loucura
with a
esse depósito
lapis
dado.
lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
She winked back at you.
Oh, can you believe it?
You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
Smooth moves.
You'll definitely need luck in Martinez. Was
Tá
there
bom, tem um
anything
teste.
else?
Então, o que é? Qual que é o rolê desse dado, velho? Ó que loucura. Esses dois dados tem as cores do cinema policial. Ele opta para vermelho e azul. Se você os rolar e apertar os olhos, parece que você está chegando à cena. E está chovendo. Nota. Olhe na aba mapa do seu diário para verificar quais checagens foram abertas. Olha lá. Ele abre esse dado, a partir do momento que você pega ele abre alguns testes. Olha que loucura. Eu não sei como é que ele funciona exatamente, não. Mas ele abre uns testes extras, tá ligado? Depois que você joga ele, né? Eu só não sei como é que ele funciona. Como é que ele funciona? Tem que botar aí na mão. Como é que você joga esse da porra desse dado? Eu tinha esquecido, velho. Ele faz... Ai, cara, vou ter que pesquisar essa porra, né? Alguém consegue olhar como é que funciona essa porra? Chama dados poliédricos, icosaédricos. Eu não sei como é que joga. Está chovendo. Nota. Olha na aba mapa para verificar mais que eu achei que elas foram abertas. Essa talvez já foi aberta.
Yes?
Eu sei que ele abre uns testes que você não tinha passado, tá ligado?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the first. Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How
O dado de
about a pair
sobreestrela.
of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality. 10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
8 hours. Os dados magnéticos rolam
It's true.
completamente?
Magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact
Procura
with each
assim,
other
dice,
to push and pull on each
Disco
other as they
Elysium
roll,
Wiki, sei lá,
just
vai
like all
aparecer.
magnetic personalities do.
10. Eu não sei se esse dado faz alguma coisa. Preciso pensar a
Maybe
respeito.
you have some other ideas for dice?
Não
How
sei.
about an amber dye?
Âmbar, ouro do pobre?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of
Não, eu vou
amber
pesquisar
with a
aqui,
fossilized
no celular.
insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let
Eu
go
queria
of
comprar
the
todos os
past.
dados.
Maybe you have some other ideas for
Deixa eu
dye?
segurar. Espera aí. Deixa eu pesquisar aqui. Dice. Disco Elysium. Novelty Dice. E corroedo Dice 7 Sirens. Isso. Aceitar. Reopens white checks. Reduce the difficulty of deciphering case files in the ledger by 2. Reduce the difficulty of finding... Ah, não. Esse ganha só o white checks de alguns white checks, né? É isso. Ah, eu acho que cada dado dela abre uns... Será que é isso? Eu vou comprar todos, porra. Que eu lembro que era um dos testes que a gente precisava fazer, ele abriu da outra vez, não foi? Caralho, então é isso mesmo. Confere. Então, dependendo do dado dos testes que você quer abrir, isso. Que foda, dependendo do dado que você compra, é isso mesmo. Que loucura, velho. Então, o ideal é você saber qual que é. É muito bonito, né, velho? Você saber qual é os testes que você quer abrir, né? Acho que dá pra comprar todos, né? Então eu vou comprar um de cada vez.
Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wirral Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Que doideira.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
8 horas, bora. Combinado.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Esse teste aqui, porque o negócio dela é calafrios, né? Então, 8 horas, né? 19. 7h16 a gente tem que voltar aqui. Calafrios, vamos lá. Mudar as roupas aqui pra ver se a gente passa nesse teste. Ele não tá passando em quase nenhum, né? Qual que é o que... Mais um de calafrios. 3, bora.
Oh, it's you again.
8%.
Are you looking for a die?
A gust of
Passamos,
cold
caralho.
sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Ah, parece que não está tecnicamente dentro do prédio, né? Ei, Neha, maldição real, eu descobri porque ela poupou você.
Didn't we already talk about this?
É porque você não está dentro do mesmo prédio que os outros. Essa não é a área comercial amaldiçoada,
What are
tecnicamente.
you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into
Ai.
the new venture. Its
Que foda esse
ruins
teste. Eu
swallowed
nunca passei
up,
nesse teste.
Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
Não, isso costumava ser uma fábrica de carvão. Toca as coxinhas de segurança. Você está na chaminé de outro edifício.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality?
Vamos dizer que eu tenho meus próprios métodos. Métodos incomuns.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
Na verdade, somente sua oficina está protegida. Você ainda deveria fazer algo para defender a si própria.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
O quê?
Do you know what this is?
Um amuleto de sorte, talismã seminese.
It's a mourning ring. I
Eita!
made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what
Que
you
doida
would
essa
call
história,
a
velho.
viable business plan.
Viu, maldição é real. Aposto que você não tocava essa pequena joalheria das profundezas protegidas da chaminé. Por que você está me
It
contando
wasn't
isso?
just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Não chamei de lixeiro, você tornou o lugar legal e aconchegante. Sinto muito, eu não sei dizer, é entropia.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed.
Eita!
It's such a precarious
É
place.
verdade.
Nothing ever works out the way you want it.
Véi.
That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories.
Caralho! A gente ganhou um trem novo. Mundo precário, eu nunca peguei essa porra. Parece que o objetivo desse jogo é a vitória. A ausência de derrotas em todas as frentes. Vitória em empreendimentos comerciais e criativos. Vitória no amor e sobre outras pessoas. Vitória política, vitória ideológica, inferno, até mesmo vitória sexual. Definitivamente a porção de vitórias baseadas em objetos também. Ter coisas e não as perder. Mas há um problema. Não há muitos vitoriosos à vista. Todo mundo está perdendo. Por quê? E como não perder? Se for pra fazer, tem que fazer já, né? Tá bom, Nossa, isso aí, essa pesquisa aí. Deixa eu ver quais são os testes vermelhos que a gente tem. Ah, não, é só durante o trem, né? Isso, é só durante o negócio. Conjunto de rastros. Artilheiro de bugigangas. Onde que é isso? Onde que é essa de bugigangas, hein, galera? Tem um problema aqui, Parede de mapa, cronometrista, porta protegida. Eu não sei onde que é essa porta protegida também. Tá bom, tem alguns testes que a gente tem que fazer e eu não sei onde que eles são. Mas a gente conseguiu resolver essa questão aqui, né? Tem algum teste aqui? Não. Opa, que isso? Esse teste que a gente consegue fazer de novo?
The barbell
Não.
waits.
Não sei que a gente ia ganhar com isso aqui também não, né? Opa. Roupinha, né? Vamos tirar essa coisa da mão e vamos botar o tal do alicate. Então, resolvemos a maldição.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
Dark Sarcófagos. Como que tá a sua build? Essa aqui. Eu não sei, a gente, em algum momento, a gente foi um policial socialista e ultraliberal ao mesmo tempo. Depois a gente foi um policial do apocalipse. Então, assim, dá pra você fazer várias builds ao mesmo tempo.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Mania do povo de falar desse negócio de build, né? Engraçado, velho. Era um mausoléu de negócios falidos, consumindo, honestamente, um lixão, nada pra ver, só um monte de lixo. Alguém deveria deixar a luz entrar lá.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
Eu falei com a entidade que você me contou, o nome dela é Nerra e ela é uma artesã de dados originais.
Dice maker?
Novelty Dice
Well,
Maker.
spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery?
Não.
Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Ela não é uma feiticeira ou alguma entidade maliciosa, ela é uma mulher de negócio como
I
você.
don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Ela diz que é apenas capitalismo. Falência é uma peculiaridade do nosso sistema econômico.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
Sim.
This is a lot for her to pass.
Eu creio que apenas a Revolução Mundial pode te ajudar.
Another revolution? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's
Nope.
okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this
Teimosa, velho.
psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. On my own.
As she has to, every day.
Thank you for nothing.
Tem que falar.
Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Tá bom.
Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am
Beleza.
sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am.
Não existe maldição. Então, já ganhou um ponto, né? Então vamos tirar alguma coisa. Ai. O que tira? Isso aqui é útil, mas não é tão útil não, né? Não, todos os outros são meio úteis. Esse aqui a gente vai precisar, eu acho, pra... o teste que o Otafakovs quer ver aí. Então, onde que é a prateleira de bugiganga? Será que é aqui?
Shelves.
Não. Aqui não vai ter nada, né? Eu acho que acabou o nosso...
Shelves.
Ai, o que deu ali na minha cabeça?
This bookstore is not. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye can't.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. That old thing from when
The place does not look.
they didn't get that far. For some reason.
Não é aqui prateleira de bugiganga. Aqui, ó.
Shelves full of.
Ixi, por que aparece e desaparece esse trem quando eu clico? Aí. Não sei que coisa mais interessante sobre fascista era a mágica disso. Olha lá, aparece outra coisa aqui. Enfim, né? A gente ganha XP sempre que a gente clica nessas coisas. Então a gente tinha isso aqui, né?
Set of tire tracks in the brown slush.
Aqui não tem nada, certo? No. Vamos do outro lado da cidade lá. Ou a parede ali, será que passou? Está pegando diploma de arte e Autoestrada do Sul. Ah, uma coisa específica. Vai gastar um pouquinho de tempo, mas vamos lá, né? Será que era aqui dentro?
You see several
Era aqui dentro,
packaged
sim.
raincoats fill
Rouba a capa de
Elysium.
chuva. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo roubar. Savoir-faire, né? Já tá com mais um de savoir-faire, Vamos tentar esse teste aí, vermelho.
You see several packaged raincoats fill. The girl
Não
delves
passa.
into the magazine. Here covering her face.
O que tem de pegar um pacote, qualquer um deles, e fio na manga aí?
Oh no. I said don't let it fall out with a thump.
Did you? I mean, I didn't just see a middle-aged man try to steal a full real raincoat, did I?
Ai, véi. Não me julgue, eu precisava disso pra uma investigação policial oficial.
Really? A plastic poncho?
The clerk stares at you, but doesn't say a thing for a moment or two.
I mean, it doesn't even cost that much. Like, why would you want to fuck with Frit over something like this?
Fuck with
She
Frit?
says, fuck with Fritta, like it's a saying, or she's quoting someone. Maybe you could ask her about this later.
Fucking with Frit is dangerous, you know.
Beleza.
Yes.
Vou comprar.
Like,
A wrong has been made right.
A wrong has been made right. O que é a capa de chuva? Mais um de resistência? Porra, top, velho. E é bonita, né? Nossa, não cabe nem tem onde caber mais as coisas aqui. Tem que...
is this about the
Por
question?
que disse que eu não iria querer me meter com o Frit? Por quê?
Frit has an army.
Frit has an
She
army?
looks at you, confused as to why
Eu nunca vi essa
you
conversa
ask
também.
such an obvious thing.
Espera, um exército? Você quer dizer como mercenários prontos pra matar pessoas?
Yeah, like 2,000 or so.
Por que o Frit precisa de um exército? É só uma lojinha de esquina.
It stops people from robbing Frit, I guess. If they know there's an army, I mean, I wouldn't want to fuck with them anyway.
Businesses often hire private security this side of the river. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but not unheard of.
Mas é pra isso que os
You
policiais
think
servem.
the police, like, bother catching shoplifters? Frit polices themselves, so, yeah. Anything else you wanted?
Não, só isso mesmo. Doideira, né? Opa, eu tenho umas garrafinhas pra vender?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign
No.
Eu não tenho garrafas, mas eu queria vender garrafas. Os caras falam assim. Então, amigo, a gente sabe que você é um dos caras, velho.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Isso aqui eu não sei se vai ser bom, né? Ela falou pra gente não fazer isso. A Joyce, mas tudo pelo conteúdo, né? Eu acho que você talvez possa me ajudar a decifrar algumas
Don't
tatuagens.
think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Actually, I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's nest is a wise
Ah, então beleza. Eu vou seguir. Eu vou seguir. Ó, tem uma coisa aqui? Que é isso? Que é isso?
The file cabinet stepped a drawer, so
Uma droguinha? Então é só chato pra caralho a gente ter que ir lá, né? Toda vez, né? Mas assim, tudo bem. Ali, ó. Mas é bom dar um rolê no mapa todo dia porque tá aparecendo umas coisas novas, né? Vamos lá.
back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened
Caralho, será que nós
since
vamos
you
abrir?
last here.
Não é
If
possível.
anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
O que é isso? Os nossos... Ah, o mundo precário. A gente pegou o mundo precário. Caraca, que foda. Tem alguma coisa a ver com a economia, né? Não passei ainda, véi.
Always been.
Amanhã a gente tem de novo, galera. Tá ficando cada vez mais fácil mesmo. Isso que eu falo, ficar ouvindo todo mundo conversar é muito importante, velho. Tem uns bônus que você nem sabe onde que é, mas É tipo o seu personagem meio que lembrando sobre o que é o mundo, né? Tipo você falando, dinheiro move o mundo. Aí deve ter alguma coisa a ver com a economia ali dentro. É um negócio que... É meio Twin Peaks, assim, né? Bem Twin Peaks, né? Se você parar pra pensar. Tá, vamos lá do outro lado da rua agora. Não, por aqui não. Já fez tudo aqui. Agora nós vamos fazer essa área aqui normal, galera. A gente pulou pra um pouco de min-maxing, né? Mas assim, não precisa disso. Tráfego além do portão, mais caminhões abandonados. Magnésio. Óculos tira-motoqueiro de Jamrock. Frente de defesa de concreto com dezenas de anos. Crianças brincam nelas agora. Eita, caralho. Hoje da frente, um eixo quebrado moendo. O que será isso aqui, galera? Lata de combustível danificada. O que será isso aqui? Logo... O gelo logo além da costa racha, se movendo.
A banged up motor carriage lies.
O que será? Lá vem.
In the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
É pra cá que os rasos da praça conduziam. Vamos investigar.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
Encontre o vândalo do tráfego.
Sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage.
É só o veículo,
Some motor
pô.
carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Coça a mão pelo metal
The
frio.
motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
Nossa, qual o fabricante desse VA? Eu consigo ver o
The
logotipo?
logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see
Boa noite, Fábio. Boa noite.
float by.
Quanto tempo isso está aqui?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Ora. Parece que a jornada de Jacob Earl teve um final abrupto
Your
aqui.
mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Você falou alguma coisa, tenente?
Did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Aham. O que nós deveríamos
Let's wait for
fazer?
the low tide and see what's inside.
Quanto tempo vai levar a maré para
I don't
chegar?
know. An hour or two tops?
Seja no balanço e espere a maré recuar. Não tem como sair, não?
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the
Yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say
Tem que esperar, né? Ah, mas é bonita a cena, né?
In the old
A cena é
rustic
bonita.
playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight,
Que bonito.
dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Espere aí, ele parece bastante azul. Aponte para o veículo afinado.
Yes, it does.
Qual é a sua cor azul favorita? Sua coisa azul favorita?
Let me think about it.
Assoviu uma melodia. Vamos lá.
Spit
Claro que
flies
não.
from your mouth to your moustache, your chest, the ground before you. No sound though. The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
Haha, muito divertido. Eu não consigo assoviar.
Just keep at it. It will come to you.
With his lips puckered, The lieutenant lets out a beautiful melodic
Beautiful melody.
that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame.
Curiosidade, eu, Vitor Brauer, não sei assoviar, velho.
You hear the sound echo
Nada.
on the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about everything.
Obrigado.
Okay. That's way better than what you did. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Cara, essa cena é linda, né, velho? Então, seu pai também era, sabe, a ponte pros olhos. Ai, velho, você prefere se sentar em um formigueiro por 1 hora ou ficar em pé em um rio de sanguessugas? A maré certamente está sem pressa.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Se você tivesse que escolher entre o lado dos grevistas ou da companhia logística, o que você escolheria? Você acha que algum dia eu vou encontrar minha arma? Cara, isso leva muito tempo. Que lado você escolheria, Kim?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization.
Se alguém colocar uma arma na sua cabeça. Ai, parabéns pra tradução, velho. Não, mas deve ser. If someone put a gun in your head, né? Porque a gente tem essa expressão no inglês e no português, né? Eu acho que esse é o jeito de dizer que escolheria o lado da companhia. Eu entendo, você está dizendo que escolheria o sindicato. Mas se alguém colocar uma arma na sua cabeça... Você tem que escolher agora.
The environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Você consegue reconhecer a marca agora?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't.
É, a gente tá se enganando, né?
Coupris, model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Cerre seus olhos e diga, aquele é um número na lateral?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Meu Deus, é.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it.
Você sabe o que é.
Pedagogical.
Sim, é pedagógico. Ai, Deus, não.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach.
Sim.
And the most terrible feeling comes over you.
Você que jogou essa porra desse carro aí, velho.
Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Não.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
Não, eu digo seriamente, apenas uma coincidência.
The lieutenant just shakes his
Ai,
head.
meu Deus, é meu. Eu joguei meu carro no
I'm
mar.
afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Talvez eu estivesse perseguindo alguém.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Como nós tiramos ele?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's sunken too deep. There is no access ramp to the coast.
Então ele vai ficar ali desse jeito?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years.
Muitos anos?
Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Eu posso consertar isso.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
Eu não consegui nem pagar a cor do albergue. Eu não tenho tudo isso de dinheiro.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles.
Nossa! Eles não vão me aceitar depois disso, vão?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
O dispositivo a arma agora é isso.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
Uma quarta coisa?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined, lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Bem, ao menos eu posso ver o que tem lá dentro agora.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Actual art degree.
Aí, ó.
Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism.
Fuck my ass.
Fucked me.
I fucked me.
Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of. Lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at. Talentless fuckfest. Lucividistic shit peddler. Pedantic, listless, savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another.
A mão treme de raiva por tudo ser tão merda. Consideração passiva restaura mais 1 de moral e dá mais 10 de experiência. Eu não sabia desse também, hein? Então dá pra você virar uma máquina de XP real, né, porra? Tinha esquecido. Meu distintivo. Meu casaco. Pedaço grosso de acrílico cobrindo uma fina folha de papel com o nome do policial e a patente dela. Nela. Próxima escrita você vê um homem te encarando de volta. Uma versão mais jovem de você, já se desintegrando por dentro, mas ainda apresentável lá de fora.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Encontrei meu
At least something
distintivo.
good came out of all this.
Exame distintivo.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information.
Só um está debaixo do mais
and a
recuperável, sim.
watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West.
Realmente uma arte. Não, é o crítico de arte, né? Ele só tem nomes pra insultar os
You
outros.
see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Olha a
The
foto.
man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that.
Com velho.
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
E ele está piscando por
What
quê?
do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression.
The expression.
Although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining
Nome Harrier.
That's long for
Harrier.
So you are Harry. Everard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Espera, mas que tipo de nome é Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Harrier é tipo cabeludo, né?
a name like armor.
Sim. Mas eu não quero ser Harrier Dubois. Não. Então, que seja Harrier
Pleased to
Dubois.
make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you. And
Sou mais Rafael Cousteau.
when
Sou
he's
mais,
not.
como é que é o nome? Tequila
The
Sunset.
badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Patente LTN 2JFR.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
O que é tenente duplo
The
inferior?
lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
E duplo
The title
efeitor?
of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Ah, eu recusei.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decontage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy duty case solving machine.
Achei que minha patente era bêbada. O que é decontagem?
Decontage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Espere, oficiais
You are
satélites?
given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Então você tolera toda essa merda de mim porque eu sou seu superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Oh, Kim, valeu.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Eu achava que minha patente era bêbado.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Obrigado, isso me dá esperança. Eu não quero melhorar, quero piorar. Creio que não existem erros alcoólicos.
Good.
Não, a gente tá num arco de redenção com o Harry.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a
Série RV.
Revachol,
Revachol,
Jamrock,
Jamrock.
41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
É verdade, de emissão 7,950.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
Distrito 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
Okay.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva. he knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big. The badge in your hand shines.
Beleza. Bem, a gente tem um ponto pra gastar, né? Dá pra gente colocar o mundo precário. A gente joga qual fora. Vamos ver se a gente consegue o trem do Otavakovsky aí, que eu não sei se... a gente vai precisar dele. Algumas pessoas aqui. Relaxa, não é seu. Você não bateu cada VA em Revachol. Tem outro carro quebrado ali, né?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Pega o fone.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Coloca 10 centavos e diz que o número aleatório. 005 24 03 155.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre?
Talvez eu seja, como o Pierre se parece.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
Isso... Que tipo de animais você tinha?
You sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still calling. Again? Seriously? Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
Eletricidade? Eu preciso falar com eletricidade. Gerard, que nome de babaca. Mude isso, troca. Eletricidade.
But I got a feeling I'll kick your ass is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again.
Dá-lhe um soco.
Asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Calling, calling, calling. Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Nós poderíamos todos ser um pouco mais gentis uns com os outros. Você não acha? Considere sua dívida paga, meu amigo.
My debt? I don't fucking owe you. It's... Who is... Ah, never mind. I don't have time for this.
Disconnect tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Eu também estou cansado.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fucking liberalism.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number.
Você conversou com quem aqui, né, velho? Foda.
Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens.
Você tá conversando com quem?
Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying.
Não passei, velho.
Close your eyes, followed by still. Time keeps passing. What were you trying to achieve by home? He doesn't have a home.
Interação. É, a gente não conseguiu passar no teste, não, velho. Porque a gente é azarado pra caralho, né? Simplesmente. Ele tem... Tipo, eu gastar e tentar passar agora de novo. Pera aí, deixa eu só conferir isso aqui. É, não faz diferença isso aqui, então vamos tirar.
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number.
Deixa eu só upar o trem. Não, não. É, a gente tá jogando hardcore, né? Mas além disso... A gente tá dando azar pra caralho, velho.
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be
83, bora. Passamos.
Close your eyes
Bora.
and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull
Muita
down
tensão,
the
hein?
number. Then move one up and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is not how you started before.
Continua discando.
414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air.
Continua discando.
11731. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling.
A mais?
Yes. 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks.
Encerre.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones. Calling. Calling in the night. The saddest sound in the world.
É o som mais triste do mundo.
Calling still.
Você pode tentar um teste pra tentar parar, né? Deixa mais.
Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
Olha a postura dele, né, velho? Eu sou um servo evolucionado da humanidade. Eu vou libertar a humanidade e abolir as classes. Eu vou levantar os mortos.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
Eu não estou bêbado ou chapado. Eu só estou magoado. Por que é que dói falar com você?
Oh, God.
Não diga nada. Você está aí?
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
Onde você está? Você parece estar em outro mundo.
I'm in Morova, sleeping.
Onde você vai em 2 horas?
To work.
Onde?
The academy, where I work.
Na academia, isso me parece melhor do que o meu trabalho. Eu fico feliz.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
Eu quero falar sobre mim. Quem eu sou? Você parece me conhecer.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Ai, meu coração dói. Vou ter um ataque cardíaco.
Oh no. Please stop. Please, let's just hang up.
Você quer curtir?
No. I want to go to sleep.
Eu só leio, eu sou um detetive. Eu estou trabalhando num caso. Tem um homem enforcado.
She does not answer anymore.
Eu vou resolver.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again. In the middle of it, a familiar ring. Small, distorted. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling, calling.
Harry, please.
Eu preciso saber quem você é. Quem é você?
Please. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
Vale a pena continuar nessa linha, não. O que aconteceu aqui, hein, Harry? Não sei, não saberemos. Saberemos em breve, um dia, né? Vamos continuar a nossa linha. Vou voltar aqui, a gente já passou por aqui, já, certo? Tem uma casa aqui, eu acho. É isso. Aqui embaixo tem alguma coisa? Tem. Fita Small Church in Saint... Achamos a fita, porra.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Pressione reproduzir na fita.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning.
Olha essa música.
There's a small delay before the song
Fábio.
starts playing.
Pressione seu ouvido com o alto-falante.
It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Será que eu poderia cantar isso no karaokê? Eu acho que eu poderia cantar
Of
isso.
course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses.
Só tem 3 versos.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
Okay.
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Que pessoa curiosa, né? Que é o nosso personagem, velho. Passa os midoeiros. Arroz quase inativos por cima.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
O que aconteceu aqui?
In this yard, someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Calma aí, o que seria um bloco obscuro?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
Então essa parte do litoral é um bloco obscuro?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Pelo menos deixaram as músicas antigas por aqui. Bata levemente na fita que você pegou.
Yes, and you picked it up as part of the Jam Rock Shuffle.
Jam Rock Shuffle.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation. Yes?
Linda música, nossa. Brisa suficiente para fazer as tábuas de regir. Cartão postal. Uma gravata borboleta horrorosa, velho.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Fazer uma limpeza geral. Uma calça. Mais um pra reino de consciência. Só com esses caras.
Hey, tequila!
Tequila. Um homem de 30 e poucos anos vestido em agasalho de corrida licra de 2 peças. Abaixa sua pilsner e estende a mão para cumprimentá-lo.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Aperte a mão dele.
So what's happening?
Espera, tequila?
Yeah. Tequila Sunset.
Tequila Sunset.
How are the high concept reality based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you called someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Não sei, as pessoas me dizem que eu sou um policial, eu estou ficando acostumado com isso. Eu reentrei na realidade pra conquistá-la, pra drobá-la à minha vontade, eu sou a lei. Não muito quente, estou numa maré negativa de 50 anos.
I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either.
Idiot Doom
Haven't
Spiral.
found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation.
O que essa turma faz por aqui?
We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't go. Don't go.
Esse cara não don't call Abigail.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
O que é uma tequila sunset? Você continua repetindo isso.
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
Como sabe disso?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Talvez.
Maybe. You look like you want to know how tequila sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila sunset. Something ominous there.
Por alguma razão, o nome tequila me preenche com mau pressentimento. Talvez eu não devesse descobrir o que significa.
You think you feel bad now. Wait till you've heard the story.
No. You need the wisdom.
You need the wisdom. Vai em frente.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by tequila sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Espera, nos conhecemos na sexta-feira?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know,
The buzz.
all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer. And that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is.
It is.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
O que aconteceu depois?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Só lembrar que esse aqui, todos os checados vermelhos falham, né? Só lembrar, a gente não esquecer disso. Naturalmente.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Sim.
Recognizing
Infelizmente,
your
a
brother
nossa
and me,
retórica
we offered our condolences
está
and
certa.
invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Então, Tequila Sunset é um evento ou um nome?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
Tequila Sunset, hein? Parece muito bom.
Yeah, I agree.
Por quanto tempo nós festejamos?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Ih.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Eu te contei alguma coisa específica sobre essa pessoa que me fudeu?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Nossa senhora.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Eu mencionei ter perdido mais alguma coisa?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Eu disse algo sobre meus
You
colegas?
told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
Cramp your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Eu disse alguma coisa sobre o caso?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
O
A
Kim,
lot of
coitado.
cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Nós conversamos sobre política?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Você é liberal, então, beleza. Você consegue perceber que tipo de tiro eu sou?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases. No thanks to the squares at the precinct.
Squares of the Precinct. Eu não preciso escutar
It's a
mais.
hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Parece que você se distingue pelas suas habilidades narrativas. Quer me contar alguma outra, numa outra hora?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum.
Sim, quer me contar como se tornou o espiral idiota da desgraça?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Do que você precisa?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Não façam isso, gente. Eu tenho um pouco do saboroso Comodoro Vermelho.
Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Continue.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called A cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Espera, quantas pessoas você tinha trabalhando pra você?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
A corrida ajudou?
It did. With my trusty Sansaric tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
O que aconteceu?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Nós estamos falando aqui de quão molhado exatamente.
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ai.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Nossa, você pode estar de sacanagem.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Certo, então o que aconteceu depois?
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the lock.
Véi, a história, véi.
And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
É, mas é uma alegoria, né? Sobre como basta uma curva errada mesmo pra deixar o cara, né?
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think?
É, como é que fala?
You've ever heard, huh?
A realidade, a gente vive num mundo que é hostil, né? E desgraçado mesmo, velho. A gente tá sempre a um passo pra simplesmente, né, abandonar a vida. Espera aí, assim, tem algumas etapas faltando.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
Essa parte do mapa é que tem as mensagens mais fodas, sim. E o mesmo está praticamente sem teto, não parece tão ruim.
The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
Por que você continua perdendo todas essas coisas?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
Que história é essa de casal perdido?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right?
Boa noite,
Maybe you can help
Scooby
old
Hombre.
Doom spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Tudo bem, claro. Onde você perdeu?
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
Tem bastante lugar lá.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it.
Qual é o nome de sua agência?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts,
Nossa.
and oil painting.
Pior tipo de arte, velho.
I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air.
Scubarel Hombre fala, esse aí parece ser do bom. Já fretei algumas vezes com esse jogo. Ah, é um dos melhores, um dos melhores.
I was financing a group of poets in East Rebashal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Sounds intriguing. What say you, Art Cop?
Art Cop. Misturar pintura a óleo com seios pra fazer publicidade não é arte profunda, é só punhetagem cínica, sim.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Sim, mas ainda é batido.
Maybe you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve. We were fucking rich, though. That much I know.
Sim. Qual é desse agarrado de corrida?
You've never seen 100%.
Como funciona esse jogo aí? É um RPG que os cara inventaram um sistema de RPG totalmente psicológico, assim, bem desenvolvido, com sistema de gabinete de reflexão, bem original, assim. Bebe muito do Planescape Torment, né? Como a gente já comentou várias vezes. Toca o agasalho. Muita leitura.
This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Scubarel pergunta: você viu o Atomic Heart saiu hoje? Se passa é curto, o jogo tá lindo. E a gente não joga jogo lançamento aqui não, Scooby. Eu comentei ontem, eu não sou um cara que eu me interesso muito por lançamentos, não. Tipo, nem música, nem filme, nem nada. Eu sou um cara que espera as coisas chegarem em mim. Tá entendendo? Acho que o hype dos lançamentos geralmente... Como é que fala? Inebriam, né? A nossa mente, a nossa visão. Eu acho que você tem que procurar sempre novas experiências, mas sem essa obsessão com o lançamento. Então, assim, geralmente eu nem sei as coisas que lançaram. Tá ligado? Não sou também o cara que fica ouvindo só clássico e jogando só clássico. Eu acho que isso é bobagem também, né?
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it.
Um exemplo que eu sempre dou é Baiano Último Romântico, comentando agora, né? Um exemplo que eu sempre dou é... Eu nunca assisti Bacurau. Nunca assisti Bacurau. Na época, todo mundo assistia Bacurau, tá ligado? E agora eu acho que finalmente eu consigo assistir Bacurau sem, sabe? sem nenhuma intrusão, tá ligado? Numa hora eu vou assistir. Então, assim, eu não sou um cara que eu fico interessado no que os outros estão falando. É uma coisa pra... Eu acho que por isso que eu não sou... Eu consigo não... É uma coisa pra segurar minha ansiedade também. Eu nunca tive problema de ansiedade, talvez por causa disso também.
Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers.
Que?
So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
E os outros bêbados?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, they're exactly what they look like.
E outra coisa também, né? No ponto de vista econômico, é bem melhor você não se empolgar com lançamentos, tá ligado? Ou ficar seguindo lançamento, virar um refém de lançamentos, né? Porque é isso, eu acho que alimenta essa ansiedade pós-moderna também, né? E além de tudo, você não compra jogo no lançamento. Nem vai no cinema assistir um filme que acabou de lançar, por aí vai.
Hey, tequila! You wanna buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
E acima de tudo, você não fica pagando todo mês por um serviço pra jogar jogo. Não pague todo mês nada, velho. Que seja um serviço de arte, tá ligado? Só se for um artista específico, né? Que você gosta dele, aí tudo bem, mas... Pelo amor de Deus, né? Pagar... E o seu apoio? Olha aí, ó. Tá vendo? Acabei de dar exemplo. Nem tava pensando no meu apoia-se. Exatamente. Se for um artista que você quer comprar coisa diretamente dele, beleza, né? Eu compro todos esses jogos, eu compro. Mas assim, um sistema que você joga todo mês, você paga todo mês em jogos que são basicamente só comercializados e hypados. É a mesma coisa que pagar Spotify, tá ligado? YouTube Red, não vale a pena, pô. Tem tudo de graça no mundo, pô. Você tem que comprar só, gastar dinheiro só com coisas que você quer, né, apoiar mesmo. Por exemplo, esse jogo, Disco Elysium.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together. I'm all ears, Tequila.
Eu quero escutar a história do seu nome de novo. Não. Você tem mais alguma história?
I do.
Meu
But
Deus.
as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Eu não tenho nada comigo agora.
Cottonmouth is keeping my tongue imprisoned.
Tem que dar goró pro cara contar a história.
What's in an...
Hey, Spiral!
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guy. I was once a so you don't... You too.
Tá bom.
Motorway
Spotify é o que mais vale a pena pra mim. É o que menos vale a pena, eu diria, se bobear.
The lone vector stretches
Mas, né?
from the mind's
Cada um
eye
gasta seu dinheiro
into
quando
the
você quer, né?
wild pale yonder, for an unimaginable distance, forgetting, until you can no longer remember anything. No cities, no mountains, no oceans, and finally, no vector. Nothing remains. A blank space with no point of reference, where only one type of motion is possible. The motion of a human throat, swallowing, and then it comes to you. To reach the end of the motorway south is to be unborn. You've had this thought before, while aimlessly wandering the streets of Jamrock. A lost piece of the man you were. A dark hope.
A autoestrada sul, né? Que dá pra lugar nenhum, né? Muito louco. Mas o Imperial, o ato de engolir. Todos os checagens brancos de intelecto destravados. Então, destravou várias coisas, né? Vamos lá. Você, meu amigo.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
O que você está falando?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real.
Aguardente azul
And
medicinal.
by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Por que a garrafa de aguardente custa 300
See,
reais?
friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Assim, deixa ele falar.
You know, it's funny actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
Que é?
Keep him talking.
O que você dizer com o quê? O que você acha engraçado antes?
This guy.
O cara não consegue falar. De onde você pegou essa garrafa de aguardente?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
Essa é uma boa dica, eu preciso me lembrar.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me £4 to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Eles não têm vergonha de pegar o dinheiro pelo serviço que
But
presta.
the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Tá bom, pera, o que vocês falaram aí? Pois é, a maioria das coisas que eu... Fleming falou. Pois é, a maioria das coisas que eu gasto, no fim das contas, é pra apoiar. Um livro, música, jogo indie, etc. Sim. O Otávio Costa falou, esse maluco no cano ali é foda também, kkk. Scubero, homem, falou, pô, eu curto Xvideos Red. Véi, eu nem sabia que isso existia, véi. Pra que alguém vai pagar... tá bom. Seu Frost fala, passou de R$20, o torrent canta. Tipo assim... A gente tem por obrigação de lei, né? Aqui no Twitch, sempre jogar jogo original. Mas eu acho que existem meios alternativos que eu não condeno. Que o Spotify, Deezer, essas plataformas são empresas mozoeira do caralho que só usou para os artistas, mas é muito mão da roda também. Não tem o que fazer. Bagulho é usar Bandcamp também para as bandas favoritas. Como é a questão de royalties para o Spotify? Você ganha... A cada play você ganha $0,0000014. Tipo um trem assim. Tem que... Eu consigo tirar por mês uns R$300 de royalty. Então assim, se a banda fosse só eu, Vitor Brauer, talvez eu tiraria mais, tipo uns R$1.000 por mês. Pela quantidade de gente que ouve é bem pouco. Tava comentando exatamente isso aí, Fábio, que pro consumidor é muito prático usar esse serviço. Mas é muito prático, porque é aquela questão, né? A gente... Celular, Spotify, essas coisas resolveu problemas que antes a gente não tinha. Tá entendendo? Antes, não... Vamos supor, você comprava um CD era 10 conto, 15 conto. Tá entendendo? Aí você baixava música, etc. Você ia em shows, etc. Tinha outras maneiras mais não direcionadas de você apoiar o artista, que era mais diretamente, né? Que ao mesmo tempo era mais direcionada, né? Hoje em dia, o Spotify pega o dinheiro todo, mas assim, ao mesmo tempo, você ganha dinheiro de gente que nunca teria a oportunidade de comprar seu CD, né? Então, assim, não sei. Mas qual que é o grande problema? O problema é que dá dinheiro pra caralho pra esses capitalistas filho da puta. E esse que é o problema, tá ligado? E a gente é obrigado a ter, porque se você não tem, ninguém te ouve. Então é foda. A nossa banda já tenta evitar algumas coisas que a gente consegue. Tipo assim, a gente não tem Instagram, não tem Facebook, sabe? Não tem TikTok. A gente ganha muito com o tempo, assim, mas... Hoje em dia, se você não tiver Spotify, ninguém te ouve. E voltando ao ponto, né? De que resolveu problemas que antes a gente não tinha. As pessoas ouviam música antes, tá entendendo? Tipo assim, ninguém nunca ficou sem ouvir música e sem conhecer artista novo, tá entendendo? Então assim, basicamente as pessoas pagam porque elas precisam de informação o tempo todo, precisam descobrir artista novo o tempo todo e ver os nossos lançamentos o tempo todo, tá ligado? É por causa disso. E antes, quando não tinha isso, né, essa ansiedade o tempo todo, não era um mundo pior, não. Talvez era até melhor, entendeu? Então, assim... vivemos num mundo que tá cada vez mais otimizado, mais o capital mesmo, né? De certa forma. Digamos assim, a gente é convencido a pagar os sistemas. Sendo que antes a gente não tinha e tava tudo bem, tá ligado? É isso. Então assim, vamos supor, o Gustavo me deu o iPhone dele antigo, né? O iPhone antigo, o que quer dizer? O iPhone não tem entrada pra fone, velho. Você tem que comprar um negócio do iPhone, um fone do iPhone ou Bluetooth pra você usar. Tá ligado? Esse tipo de coisa. Tipo, aí o povo fala, mas é muito bom não ter fio. Velho, não tinha nenhum problema com usar fone com fio antes, tá entendendo? As pessoas só arrumam um jeito de você gastar mais dinheiro com uma coisa que antes você não precisava de ter, entendeu? É isso. Eles arrumam um jeito de você gastar dinheiro com uma coisa que antes você não precisava, tá entendendo? É isso. Visão, pega a visão, galera. A gente vira escravo mesmo das coisas, né? Resumindo, capitalismo tardio, os caras têm que arrumar um jeito de te convencer que você precisa de um... Como é que fala? De um air fryer. Agora todo mundo tem que ter um air fryer. Tá ligado? É foda.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real.
3 real?
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Eu acredito que irá se provar útil, sim.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
3 real.
Well done. You got it.
Aqui está o dinheiro.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Véi, ele tá vendendo por 300 real, velho. A gente comprou por 3, porque simplesmente o cara é um bêbado louco. Ele falou errado antes, né? Belo empreendimento que você montou aqui.
Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
O que você quer dizer?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit.
Eu amo a minha airfryer, ela me salva muito. A airfryer é o novo micro-ondas, pelo menos a comida fica mais gostosa que no micro. Véi, eu não tenho nem micro-ondas, nem airfryer, tá ligado? Faço os negócios na panela de boa. Mas assim, né? O povo tem que arrumar alguma coisa pra gastar dinheiro, né? E algum eletrodoméstico novo pra vocês comprar e tudo mais, tá ligado? É foda.
Bought cigarettes.
Daqui a pouco eles vão inventar uma coisa que é só feita na airfryer, tá ligado?
And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
Eu lembro que, tipo assim, quando eu era muito novo, eu ouvi alguém falando isso sobre pipoca de micro-ondas. Eu falei assim, velho, como é que os caras inventaram a porra de um negócio que só pode fazer no micro-ondas? É muito louco, você parar pra pensar. Aí tem outras coisas, né? Tipo, sei lá.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Parece que você está fisgado na minha própria... Você está fisgado na própria isca também. O cara tá usando a própria arma, né? A própria droga, né?
Of course, of course, of course.
Anfetamina?
By amphetamine, I mean speed.
Speed. Acho que você não ouviu quando eu disse que eu sou policial.
Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both.
Pensei que por rebite você queria dizer anfetamina.
That's what I said.
Certo, entendi.
Good, my man.
Beleza.
In the civilized...
Beleza, a gente tem agora um aguardente azul medicinal. Cheio das roupas, meu filho. Tem que reorganizar isso aqui, né, gente? Vamos lá. Rosa aqui embaixo. Rosa. Vou deixar em linhas agora. Rosa, rosa. 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 Tá bom aí? Amarelo. 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 Beleza, azul. Azul. Roxo. Tem um pouco mais de roxo que azul, né? Foi. Tá bom, nosso estilo tá legal. Tá bom, tem que achar a jaqueta desse cara. Conversar com essas crianças.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks
Gêmeo da
indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Peraí, fez. Fala mais coisa. Fábio falou que eu odeio o gosto do air fryer. Flame falou, e o pior, pipoca na panela é 1000 vezes melhor, pô. Seu Frost, cara, eu aprendi a fazer batata frita na air fryer com apimentado e... Véi, você tá falando loucura, né? Scooby Arel Ombre falou, amiga minha disse que foi pra um churrasco de air fryer. Cada um levou a sua e fez... Não, vai tomar no cu, velho. Episódio proibido de Black Mirror. Só vive o propósito quem suporta o processo. Deixar vocês conversando assim. Ei, onde está sua mãe?
Kids don't reply. Absorb in their little game.
Vocês parecem
The
idênticos.
stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Sim, eu disse
The
isso.
boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being
Nossa, os moleques
shy.
brincando na sujeira, sujo, sem...
Enthusiastic again.
Tem nem água corrente aqui, bicho. Quer dizer, tem um rio ali, né? Mas tá sujo. E você é o quê? O general mestre das crianças?
Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Tá bom, tchau, criança. Cuide-se. Minha senhora.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
Se você não consegue me ver, então como sabia que eu estava aqui?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
Incline-se pra perto.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Isso mesmo, somos policiais, não causamos problemas, cuidamos de problemas.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was...
12 anos?
years
Caralho, que a
ago.
polícia não vem aqui.
You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Espera, eu já estive por aqui antes?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over
Sim, o Tavakov, só que eu não tô querendo, né, dar tanto spoiler, não. Incrível.
He was brooding. Needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him.
Ah, mas esse jogo é
and
grande?
took him
Não,
to
não é tão
think
grande, não.
about what he'd done in a more secluded
É mais
place.
bem feito do que grande, né?
Somewhere more
Mais qualidade do que, mais qualidade do que quantidade.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
De que tipo de mau presságio estamos falando?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Black Hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Se isso eu considerar mau presságio, por que ninguém me disse isso?
Maybe they are afraid.
Por quê?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What
Onde-
brings you to us?
Onde alguém poderia se hospedar por aqui?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Quanto custa?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village. to
Olha
the
aí! Podemos finalmente dormir num lugar sem pagar. Espere, você está simplesmente dando pra mim?
RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
Não tenho certeza apropriada que a SM me aceite cobranças gratuitas. Tem esse cara gasto que me faz dar dinheiro toda noite só pra que eu não morra de lá fora no frio.
That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. We might not look like much, but they are ours.
Espera, por que ninguém está usando o quarto?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
O comunismo venceu, foi graças às nossas fortes críticas no chat. Mais uma vez, eu posso simplesmente ficar com o quarto? Tá bom, você conseguiu um inquilino. Pega as suas...
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
In a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Sim.
Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
O que há nessa vila de pescadores?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
O que você quer
This
dizer?
is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
É foda. Esse lugar é pornograficamente pobre.
The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
A mulher sorri enigmaticamente.
It's a cold, cynical smile.
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing.
Eu estou perdido também.
Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days.
Eu acho que estou no processo de me encontrar novamente.
Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something.
Caralho, eu coloquei isso na letra de música também. Caralho, eu jogando esse jogo, eu tô vendo. Ai. Eu coloquei numa letra de música, não é isso que as pessoas sempre pensam quando estão perdidas? Em se encontrar. Eu coloquei exatamente, quer dizer, é só essa frase aqui e a resposta dela, né, que não tem aqui lugar nenhum. Doideira. Eu não sei que música é, mas eu coloquei numa música. Talvez eu já gravei, ela só não foi lançada ainda? Talvez uma música... eu acho que é uma das músicas do disco com o Pacheco e o Cairê. Já tá no apoia. Algumas músicas já estão no apoia.se. Talvez é uma das que tá lá, Será que eu consigo achar isso? Não sei. Tem que haver algo aqui, diga-me.
Over there you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Os devs são todos fanboy da Lobo. Não, eu que sou fanboy dos devs, né?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Oh, it used to
deve ter mandado,
during
Fábio.
the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens.
Tem como você fazer isso aqui também, né?
Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
Eu lembro que tinha um botão que fazia ficar em inglês, né? Então, a primeira vez que eu joguei esse jogo foi em inglês. Então, talvez algumas das frases foram traduzidas por mim mesmo, pelo português, e entraram em alguma música, né?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Quem mais vive nessa vila?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Essa lavadeira é gente boa demais. Ah, sim, eu conheci alguns bêbados aqui.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who
Alguma
we are.
maneira de fazer um dinheirinho aqui?
Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here
Sr. Frost
is some
perguntando.
points the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Sr. Frost pergunta, esse jogo se passa nos Estados Unidos? Não, esse jogo se passa num mundo fantástico que é totalmente criado para esse jogo, que chama Elysium, é o nome do mundo mesmo. Que é incrivelmente bem escrito, muito fantástico e ao mesmo tempo muito real. É perfeito.
Boats in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Certo.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Que há mais adiante na costa.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Por que estava abandonado?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Tem a sensação de que você está deixando coisas de fora. O que mais está acontecendo?
Well, there's that music.
Deixa eu
Music
pegar
from
um
across
suco.
the sea. It started a few days
Uma
ago,
música?
and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
O que há mais na costa?
Before you get to the church, there's some
Deixa eu pegar o
wing,
suco.
an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Voltei. Literalmente o mundo tem discussões muito precisas de vários continentes, países, colisões, história, apesar de se passar só nessa ilha de Revachol, sim. Tem até as próprias etnias, história política, eventos, assim, é perfeito, é muito bem escrito, velho. Qual é então, apartamentos ou central elétrica?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Algo mais digno de nota?
Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Quem iria querer ir a um mercado de peixe aqui?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
Só isso? Tem que haver mais ao longo da costa.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, surely.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Conte-me sobre você. Quem exatamente você é aqui?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Tenente duplo de freitor Harry Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many times.
Um deles é duplo. Que cara desistiu
One of them, double.
Ah, me pediram pra pegar sua assinatura. Entrega o envelope pra ela. Nossa, é. Então.
What do you want with a lost jacket?
That's an
Jaqueta primeiro.
question, man.
A honra é recuperar coisas perdidas.
Aye. Laundry fetchers are some of the most honorable people I know. What? You're fetching someone's missing laundry free of charge? Do you not have anything better to do?
In fact, he does.
In fact,
None of my business, either way. How you spend your hours is up to you.
Se eu tenho nada melhor pra fazer, foi foda, né? Mas você falar nada da minha conta.
Anyhow, you might ask Lillian if she's seen anything lately. That girl's got a way of attracting lost and broken things.
Me pediram pra pegar sua assinatura.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
Everard quer transformar parte da vida em pequeno centro de juventude.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses.
Não.
Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Espera, onde posso encontrá-la?
She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing.
Vou perguntar a ela primeiro.
Yes, you do that. Can't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
She is not impressed by a cop running errands for a local bigwig.
Então, qual que é a questão? A grande questão. Esse lugar aqui, e isso que é foda desse jogo também. Esse lugar é um lugar esquecido por Deus aqui, bicho, tá ligado? Tipo assim, só tem miséria nessa desgraça desse lugar. Não tem nem saneamento básico. Tem porra nenhuma, né? O Everard é um filho da puta, que ele quer fazer isso por questões políticas, obviamente, né? Oh, botinha top. Só que qual que é o rolê? É melhor do que essa bosta aqui, né? E o cara vai usar por motivos escrotos, vai. Mas... tá bem pior sem ele, velho. Porque, tipo assim, precisa de um centro juvenil, pelo menos, para as crianças ficarem fazendo alguma coisa. Senão elas tudo vão virar uma porra de uns cunos da vida. Entendeu? Então, assim... é um cara escroto do caralho que tá fazendo isso por motivos de oportunista e por causa de dinheiro, sem dúvida. Mas, assim... vai melhorar a vida, né? Das pessoas dessa cidade, sem dúvida.
Hi, officer.
Liliane, incrível.
Anything I can help you with?
Isso depende. Onde estamos exatamente?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Elysium. Por quê?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Tem perguntas. A primeira é, qual o seu nome?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed.
Indeed.
You're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Estou procurando por alguém. Talvez você possa me ajudar.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Estou procurando por criptozoologias desaparecidos.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
Pessoas que procuram por animais imaginários.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Homens da neve. Nunca ouvi falar
Two
sobre
old
eles.
guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Espere, coisa do
Right.
tipo?
Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Pra onde eles foram?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
Marido da classe trabalhadora.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
Marido não é pra mim. Estou procurando ele pra sua esposa.
Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you.
Só isso, não estou procurando por ninguém
Well,
agora.
how can I assist you then, officer?
O espiral idiota da desgraça precisa de jaqueta dele, você a viu?
Remarkable. That one already lost everything else, and now his jacket too. It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old Doom Spiral. Upper management to the
Doom
core.
Spiral.
That's odd. Is she actually impressed?
Só estou tentando ajudar um estranho necessitado.
That's sweet of you. It really is. I check around the abandoned fish market on the boardwalk. Drunks are inexplicably drawn to markets. Might be why they have such trouble staying in business.
É verdade, é verdade.
A phenomenon that the spectral hand theory of the market fails to
Fenômeno que a teoria espectral da mão do mercado falha em explicar, sim.
If one of them lost something, that's as good a place to start looking as any.
O que você faz aqui?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
O que mais?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insulindian cuisine.
Isso é o suficiente para sobreviver?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Sim.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Parece bastante romântico. Interessante que você encontrou.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
Wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Seria estranho perguntar tudo. Uma mina? É sempre preciso de uma mina. Onde está?
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Spiky? Must have been a naval contact mine.
Caralho, o cara sabe. Bela espada. Ela vem com a história?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Espere. Você sabe como usar isso?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
E é imponente.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Por que você precisa de táticas de intimidação?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Touché. Posso pegar essa espada emprestada?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check would put me in an early grave.
Por que mais mulheres não se armam se é tão eficaz?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that.
É verdade.
That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Contemple apenas a ponte para a expressão em seu rosto. Olha, fez ela rir. Encontre outra pessoa pra te fazer rir, não sou palhaço. Você gosta?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin.
Véi, é uma cara horrível,
Like
né?
a shield.
É, mas é um escudo, de certa forma.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Ela é linda, né, não? Então, onde estão todos os homens agora?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Espere, por que se eles são cabeça dura?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Verdade. Onde está seu marido agora?
Gone.
Foi pra onde?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Ele morreu... Caralho. Isso é ruim, o que houve?
Who knows? Maybe he fell over. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
Seu Frost pergunta, os dois personagens principais são doentes? O de bigode parece que tem tuberculose. E o de bigode, sem dúvida, é muito doente. Esse aqui não é doente, não. É só a arte mesmo do jogo.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
É, o tempo realmente é a melhor cura para o pesar, não é mesmo?
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
Presença de quem tá nos embaraços. Chama ela pro encontro, galera. Um dia. Então eu suponho que esse seja seu esquife. A ponte para a virada.
Sure is. The sun, I call her.
The sun.
Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Me pediram pra colher sua assinatura.
Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building?
Everard está planejando transformar uma parte da vila em um centro juvenil.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Pensou no que exatamente?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
E eu...
And those members have a vote.
Sim.
Electing the head of the local chapter.
Então você vai assinar?
Aye. Why not? Fine. Here you go.
Obrigado.
You're welcome.
Tá vendo? É tipo assim, velho. Não tem o que fazer, velho. Lugar esquecido por Deus. Nos vemos por aí. Fazendo serviço sujo do Everard, mas assim...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Peguei a assinatura de Liliane. Você irá assinar os papéis agora?
Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign.
Espere, você prometeu?
You need to check your facts, officer. I said no such thing.
True. She only said she wouldn't even consider signing before.
Ah, sim. Então isso foi um teste?
Lillian's not the only one who's too thirsty.
Ah, touché. O que você tem contra o sindicato?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never planned to keep.
É verdade.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man. And neither should you.
Eu também não confio nele, mas...
In her mind, the Union is right-wing because Everard is fat. It's that simple, and there's no change in it. She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
Sugestão, né? Vamos ver se a gente tem alguma coisa pra aumentar a sugestão. Sugestão é roxo. Mais uma sugestão. Só isso? Infelizmente só isso.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Tem esse teste, mas a gente tem que tentar, né? Não.
It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
Isabel, você precisa entender, esse lugar precisa daquele projeto de construção.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick.
Eu poderia tentar pedir a Everard para ele pagar algum dinheiro.
Were you dropped on the head as a kid? You can't live off a pittance for long. Do you know who takes the cream of these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, clerks, accountants in La Delta. Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat slug's corrupt little crony.
Eu preciso de achar minha arma, amiga.
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. We're around.
Tá bom. Não conseguimos agora, mas talvez no futuro. O livro, uma cartilha para crianças pequenas. Que isso aqui? Galo Silvestre empalhado. cadáver de galo silvestre estufado com um material desconhecido. A distância ele pode parecer com uma espécie real. O pássaro em si parece extremamente irritado, levemente rabugento.
Hello, mister.
Pequena Lily.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Ouvi dizer que havia uma garota aqui que usava luvas blindadas. Era você?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
E onde estão as luvas
I
agora?
hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
Eita.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's
Beleza.
not very good.
Você é filho de Liliane?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Sim, nos conhecemos antes.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Os gêmeos são seus irmãos?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside.
Ô,
They look
gente.
the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
Eles parecem idênticos, certo? Eu disse a mesma
They
coisa.
look identical.
Gente boa. O que é isso? Mostra ela o pássaro que você tirou do
It's a
teto.
grouse.
You might
Grouse.
be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Sim, mas pra que serve? Posso ficar com ele? Eu conheço alguém que gosta muito de pássaro de pelúcia.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Ele parece bravo. Mas o que é isso que você está segurando?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days.
Já viu vídeos
One
melhores.
of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Ovelhinha parece macia.
Yes. Very soft.
Pressão de sobrecheio de cotovelinha.
Isn't he soft?
Ô, gente, ganhei moral.
Bye.
Bye. A luva.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Quebrado.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Gente boa aqui, velho. Alcança os catacumbas e retira o objeto
The
brilhante.
walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Pegamos, né? A luva do cara. Mais 2 de interação, caralho. É amarelo. Me deixa aqui, né? Inclusive, vamos trocar isso aqui. Vou colocar uma roupa mais estilosa, né? Vamos lá. Olha o estilo do cara. Olha o estilo do cara. Fala dele. Fala dele agora. Fala dele agora. Vou colocar essa aqui ainda, ó. Fala dele, velho. Então, mas algumas coisas que a gente pode fazer no dia de hoje aqui. Os feixes estão estilhados. A ponte não desabou por conta própria. A artilharia quebrou. Pai e filho ali. Ó, tem umas coisas ali, né? Quem parece ser essa pessoa?
Nice and easy.
Ah, lá ele.
No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Você deve ser Morel, o criptozoologist.
What do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Lena me enviou. Ela realmente tem que se preocupar, tem se preocupar com você e esperar por você voltar.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
É, fui eu. Eu quebrei a close com o meu veículo automotor, mas ela está consertada agora. Vocês podem voltar.
You broke the waterlock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Eu acho que você está certo. Foi realmente culpa da placa. De qualquer forma. Não, foi tudo culpa minha. Eu causei o seu atraso e eu sinto muito, mas você pode retornar agora.
Yes, Gary. We
Yes,
can go
Gary.
soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work. For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Conte-me sobre esses famílias que você está procurando.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for him.
O que o faz tão difícil de encontrar?
Question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
Que tipo de técnicas especializadas o Phasmid está usando para se esconder?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow
Sotaque
it to
dele meio
interfere with animal perception,
meio australiano assim.
impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
Quão grande é esse Phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Por que está tão interessado nesse bicho-pau? Ele não parece ser tão interessante quanto os outros criptoides dos quais eu ouvi falar.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
O que você descobriu sobre eles até agora?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
Então ninguém nunca encontrou um?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lino disse que houve avistamento dele aqui em Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Talvez o Phasmid insulidiano tenha se extinguido.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Partenogênese? Partenogênese?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Isso é bastante inteligente.
The Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to
O bicho não
catch.
existe, né?
But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Me conte mais sobre essas armadilhas.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena projetou as armadilhas? Como as armadilhas funcionam?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
São Frost pergunta, tu faz uso de TikTok, Vitor? Não. Eu acabei de comentar, né? Inclusive, que é uma das coisas que a gente, graças a Deus, não tem que fazer. O que você está usando como isso?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
O que você vai fazer se as armadilhas não funcionarem?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Me deixa perguntar outra coisa.
Yes. What?
Lena parece bastante ansiosa pelo seu
I'm
retorno.
eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Eu não sabia que o phasmid era tão importante para Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
Ah, ela já viu.
Verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
Sério? Ela avisou para mim e ela não me contou isso.
That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Outra tosse no punho dessa vez. Talvez você devesse voltar para o World, se aquecer e voltar para checar as armadilhas mais tarde.
Oh, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
E se nós verificássemos as armadilhas para você?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here.
A criptozoologia e o trabalho de detetive são muito parecidos.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence.
Onde estão essas
There are
armadilhas?
4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this?
A busca pelo conhecimento se justifica por si só, Kim.
Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
O que eu faço se houver faz-midinho das
Bring it
armadilhas?
to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
Se eu encontrar o faz-mid na
That's
natureza.
highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Coloque em mim bastante. Ele enxaca você com um horrível de odor estranho, uma dupla contribuição quando você oferece ao seu outra axila. E ele então dá um acento
I
satisfeito.
hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50
Sempre é caríssimo essas porra, né, velho?
Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Ele olha pro tenente com desdém. Então coloca o aerossol de volta no bolso. Estou pronto, vamos nessa.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
The hunt.
What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
Como você se tornou
I've just
criptozoologista?
always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Então você está vivendo seu sonho de infância por aí?
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Por que não simplesmente ser um zoologista? Animais de verdade são intrigantes também.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession,
É, foda.
while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Eu não penso, é uma profissão como qualquer outra. Honestamente, ser um criptozoologista supera a maioria do lixo que eu já vi pessoas fazerem. Eu não penso, é uma profissão como qualquer outra.
Indeed, my methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
E alguma vez algo realmente surpreendente já aconteceu com você?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close.
Ah,
Close
chegou
enough to-
perto.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Que tipo de evidência você usa?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the Phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Você acha que os outros cientistas não dão ouvidos ao cidadão comum o suficiente?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
Então você nunca descobriu um criptoide.
Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
Então quantos criptoides já foram
Of the
encontrados?
list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is
4.082
items long.
itens.
About 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Uf.
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation.
Apenas
and data
2 foram
collection.
provados reais?
Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere.
Ué, é foda que você descobre um criptoide e depois ele vira um animal.
We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
2 de 4.000 não é nem 1%. Assina provando. Então faz vídeo e estudiante será o terceiro.
Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
Obrigado por explicar isso.
Yes?
Eu vou andando. Gary. Quase possível acender fogueira tão perto do oceano.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Yellow man?
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes.
Que isso? Você é um preconceituoso do caralho?
That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
A caneca era sua, filho da puta.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Não é um amante do ar livre?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Ninguém é perfeito. Tenho certeza que você ficou tentado a beber.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revachol.
Véi, eu nunca liguei essas coisas. Esse cara que é o cara da caneca, né?
He pronounces Revachol with a hard K, unlike other people.
Você disse Revachol?
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
Olha aí.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too, perhaps. It's odd. It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Essa caneca é sua?
My mug? Why would you think that?
Você disse homem amarelo. Isso não é algo que as pessoas digam por aí. Parecia que você estava falando com saudade quando gritou homem amarelo. Eu sei que você reconhece, está nos seus olhos. Você parece o tipo de cara que pode...
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Ainda parece suspeito. Eu mencionei que a caneca foi encontrada no local de um linchamento.
Okay, I admit it.
Filho da puta,
I threw the
velho.
mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have.
Véi, esse que é o cara, velho. Eu nunca conversei com... Caralho, tô puto com esse cara
You're
agora.
not going to find me, are you?
Não, Gary, eu quero só quero informações.
Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko
Racista do caralho.
out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing.
Por isso que ele reagiu daquele jeito quando a polícia chegou, né?
Some questions. Helping out the law.
Como você teve acesso ao container de lixo?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers.
Caralho, eu nunca vi isso, velho. Ó pra você ver como é que esse jogo é. Eu já joguei esse jogo completamente 3 vezes. Eu nunca tinha visto isso. Por que você precisa entrar no lixo? Eu nunca tive interesse de conversar com esse cara.
Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it
Tudo
like a
preconceituoso, velho.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, você colocou as roupas de uma vítima de assassinato. O homem que foi enfocado atrás do Green Rings naquele container de lixo?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Explique.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Sim, o que aconteceu?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Filho da puta.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Tenente comenta com humor.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
Que som estranho é esse?
What sound?
Aquele titilar que acabei de ouvir quando você se mexeu.
Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the
Você tá com a mão
region.
pra trás, seu filho da puta.
Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Você não saberia nada sobre a armadura desaparecida da vítima? Saberia?
Armor? No.
Você tá segurando ela.
I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about
Véi,
it.
esse som, filho da puta.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
Vamos prosseguir por
I
enquanto.
hope I could help your investigation in my small way.
Wait, does this mean you've been in his apartment on Everart's behalf? That was his colonial mug collection. Perhaps this could soften him up further.
Você sabe alguma coisa sobre o homem focado atrás do
I told
Rex?
you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin. Odd, I'd say.
Você também é criptozoologista?
No. I help Morel with research
Véi, seu filho da
sometimes,
puta.
and I've learned
Você vai me
some
entregar
things
essa
along
porra
the
dessa
way,
armadura.
But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway.
Você ficou surpreso ao ver meu colega
Not
Kitsuragi.
many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good
Sim.
one? Well, this is that racist.
Sim. Nossa assist da sorte.
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here.
Você tem algum problema com
I
ceolitas?
No. No problem at all.
Então, Gary, você mora perto em um apartamento de Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Não, não vou falar nada, não. Pera aí.
Of course. Of course.
É... compostura, né? Amarelo... Amarelo é aqui, né? Interação, percepção, compostura... Vlau... 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 Vários compostura, porra. Mais 3.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
Não. Meu nível de magnésio tá normal. Vai tomar no seu cu.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers.
That shirt
Passei,
looks
filho da puta.
very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Seu enorme musculatura. Algo usado por baixo?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor.
Aquele barulhinho foi...
One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Vejo que você é um conhecedor de equipamentos de combate de alta
I
qualidade.
knew you'd figure it out, officer.
Aham.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going
Gary.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
Véi, não pode prender ninguém, isso que é foda, velho.
You've got explaining to do.
Me entrega essa armadura
He
agora.
sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Como você colocou aquelas roupas? Por que você colocou aquelas roupas no lixo?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Seolite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks.
O cara racista sendo quebrado, Zé. Por que você mentiu pra mim, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Você sabe quem matou o homem focado?
I always thought it was the Union.
Vai, cala a
Some
boca,
Union
velho.
hard-ass. Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this.
Tchau, Gary, filho da puta. Deixa eu ver essa porra dessas roupas aqui. Cadê? Mais um de miadador, mais um de volição, menos um de empatia. É brutal essa roupa, viu? O cara coloca pra dentro e... Au! Deixa eu... Eu vou tirar todas as roupas aqui e vou dar uma organizada, certo? Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vou organizar esse de novo. Amarelo, amarelo, amarelo. Certo? Cadê mais amarelo? Amarelo. 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 Esse é foda. Quem me conhece sabe que eu adoro fazer essas bostas desse trem, velho. Cara pelado. Tá bom, foi. Amarelo até aqui, é isso? Tem mais um amarelo, não? Tem mais um amarelo aqui. Tá bom. Rosa agora. Rosa. 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 Rosa vai pra cima. Rosa. Amarelo vem pra cá. Rosa. Azul vem pra cima. Mais um amarelo aqui. Não. Beleza. Rosa agora, né? Estamos no rosa. 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 Mais algum rosa, galera? Fiquei meio rosa e meio roxo, né? Mas eu vou deixar no roxo. Não, eu vou colocar no rosa. Tem espaço. Beleza. Tudo rosa. Beleza. Certo? Rosa, 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 rosa. Muito rosa, hein? Beleza. Agora é... Qual que é o que tem mais? Azul, 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 azul. Não, roxo. Azul. Roxo. Roxo. Azul. Roxo. Azul. Cinza, né? Roxo. Roxo. E azul. Deixar aqui. Tá bom, esse aqui vai no nosso pé. Mais um de cálculo visual, mais um de Spirit Corpus. Eu gosto de deixar os amarelos, os rosa, que são os que eu menos tenho. Esse aqui é rosa também, né? Rosa que mais tem, puta que pariu. Vamos lá. Esse aqui é amarelo e rosa. Esse aqui é azul, porra. faltando uma blusa, uma camisa, né? Camisa e luvas. Pode ser esse aqui. Alguma coisa que tem empatia, mais um. Retórica. Serialização. Mais um de cálculo visual. Esse óculos é top. É esse ou é esse, né? Mais um de lógica, mais um de autoridade. Mais um de cálculo visual, vamos lá. Chapéu. É esse aqui, mais um de velocidade. Menos um de retórica. Ou é... Ah, tem esse aqui também, né? Essa gravata. A gravata feia, ela dá mais um de império interior. A gente não precisa. Essa gravata aqui, então. Essa aqui dá mais 2 de drama, né? Que a gente tem menos um ali, mas é feio demais essa porra. Tá bom, faltando luva e chapéu, né? Vamos dar mais um de enciclopédia aqui com esse chapéu. E luva. Ou é essa, eletroquímica, ou é interação. Então vamos essa aqui mesmo. Isso. Tudo bem. Se bem que isso aqui é bom, porque a gente passa nos testes de conceitualização, né? Quando a gente passa no teste, a gente ganha. Isso aqui é rosa. Camisa polo branca dá menos um de empatia, né? Simplesmente. Sem comentários. Tá bom, acabou. É isso aí. Essa é a nossa roupa. Fecha o Elysium. Vamos dar um rolê.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Espero, não consigo ver nada interessante.
You don't have a reason to. Yet.
O que quer dizer?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water.
Um bom lugar pra esconder alguma coisa ali, né? Opa, mais um óculos, que esse dá mais savoir-faire. Esse é top, viu? Então a gente vai ver essas armadilhas dos caras depois. Interdité. Velha cabine por compra de ingressos. Não, nada, operação. Pessoas pagavam dinheiro pra estacionar aqui. Ninguém pagaria agora. O que é Darkwood perto do nível que esse cara administra o inventário? Pois é, não, isso que eu ia comentar, né? Quem assiste aí sabe que eu adoro organização de inventário, velho. Não sei porquê. Simplesmente é uma coisa que eu gosto muito de descobrir. Jogando, né, jogos nesse stream. Opa, gorro, pipo, faune. Mais 2 de lógica. Já vai pro lugar certo, que é o azul. Posso subtrair dela, é inacessível. Então vamos limpar esse canto aqui e ver esse trem de uma vez, né? Essa cena é foda.
Scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Olha aqui, mais buracos de bala. Alguma coisa definitivamente aconteceu aqui.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense.
Jogar mais um pouquinho hoje, né? Vamos.
Grim affairs.
Até o final do dia, pelo menos.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Não diga nada, só assim.
The lieutenant also nods. It is quite a scene. The two of you standing next to the broken
só assim, balançando a cabeça.
Nodding along.
a sentir ainda mais.
The lieutenant is nodding so hard it looks like his head is about to snap off his neck.
Não pode concordar.
The lieutenant matches your nodding pace. He's a true professional at this.
Ai, velho, continua sentindo. Droga, continua no
A
curso.
small bead of sweat runs down the side of the lieutenant's face.
Os caras só sentindo.
Is nodding.
Apenas mais um acento de cabeça.
As the lieutenant takes out her handkerchief and softly taps the sweat off his temple, a faint crack echoes through the coast.
Eita, caralho.
Your neck couldn't withstand all this effort. It's too much.
Ah, merda, porra do inferno.
Busted the neck, did you? Glad I stopped when I did. My neck was really starting to hurt.
Véi.
Don't worry, little man. Now, we should get going.
Então, pera aí. Tem um cálculo visual. Um teste de cálculo visual aqui. Aqui. Pera aí. Cálculo visual é azul. Já tem mais um de cálculo visual. Eu duvido que a gente vai ter mais. Ó, mais um de cálculo visual aqui.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall,
58,
reaching
vamos lá.
from one corner to the other. A row
Passamos.
of ghostly shades stand facing
Então
the
é
wall.
foda essa cena aí.
There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet, no sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Droplets of rain fall on the wooden planks, the surrounding sand dunes. The clouds block out any rays of light. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
O que é isso?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Olhe para as pessoas contra a parede.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Quem eram eles?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Olhe para a linha de soldados.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
Olhe para a pessoa parada de pé ao lado.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Quem era quem nessa execução?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
E se foi o pessoal do Feld quando seus bens estavam sendo apreendidos pelos revolucionários?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe.
E as pessoas da coalizão, os chamados moralistas?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
É muito foda que eles saíram do caminho, né, do jogo pra mostrar essa cena aqui, tá ligado? Tá entendendo o que eu tô falando? É tipo, é uma coisa que só dá profundidade pro mundo mesmo e te faz pensar, velho.
A
Só.
cold sea wind blows away the figures. The precarious world.
Nunca fiz esse
How
trem.
not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures. Pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away. Turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Uhum. É verdade. Sucesso crítico e limite de fracasso abaixado em 1. Então, se você tira 20... Se você tira 19, é considerado sucesso crítico. Se você tirar 2, é fracasso. Então é isso. Não é muito boa, não. Não sei se é boa. Mas nós vamos deixar ela aí.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall.
Tem mais alguma coisa aqui?
With another 7 shades,
Não.
a cold...
Essa seção da costa não é usada há décadas. Então, pera aí, eu quero... Como é que eu saio daqui? A jaqueta.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing.
Dê uma olhada mais de
streaked
perto.
with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the
É
crust.
embaixo da crosta de mandice.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Eu acho que essa jaqueta, cara desse pior idiota de desgraça, queria que eu
I'm
encontrasse.
sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
Tem que interagir com essa porra. Esse trapo é muito esteve à mercê dos elementos por um bom tempo. Está coberto de merda de gaivota e é anormalmente rígido, devido a só Deus copa com a própria peça natural. Você não consegue identificar nem a marca
As you
disso.
hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Cara, como essa jaqueta ficou tão
It's a
nojenta.
sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Não pense sobre isso.
Good choice. The less you think about the jacket, the better.
Vamos pensar
It
sobre
occurs
isso.
to you, it smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey
Caralho.
strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Certo, mas do que essa crosta é feita?
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present,
Nossa.
though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the railing.
O que aconteceu depois que alguém pendurou isso no gradil?
Crust is hard. This jacket
Véi,
spent
tudo
at
sobre
least a
jaqueta.
day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it
Ó,
then?
desculpa se falar uma coisa aí, né? Fábio perguntou: você gosta de arrumar casa, equipamentos da tour, livros, etc. Ou só em jogo mesmo? Eu gosto, eu não gosto de arrumar, eu gosto não gosto de limpar, não, sabe? Eu gosto de organizar a coisa. É isso que eu gosto. Limpar eu não sou fã.
It's too late. You've
Mas eu limpo,
already
né?
thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck.
Talvez se eu limpasse as mãos em minhas calças. Eca.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Duas garrafinhas. Um óculos de mais 2 de enciclopédia, top. Inclusive, vamos trocar nossa roupa aqui, né? Onde o exame de vinho está aberto e vazio.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Espere um pouco, isso é terrível. Cubra seu nariz.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
Que é isso?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Cabeça erguida, detetive. Algo não está errado aqui.
The lieutenant
Algo está
has
errado aqui.
already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Tá bom, a gente vai precisar de aguentar uma pressão aí de resistência, né? Então vamos... Só isso, né, por enquanto.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Dois ossos puberantes encarando de volta vazio de qualquer sinal de vida.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Estude as roupas do
He's
homem.
wearing mud-caked boots, beige
Mais
trousers,
cadáver,
and
bicho.
an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no. This sounds terribly familiar.
É o marido da mulher, né? Que a gente zoou que ele tava desaparecido, mas ele tava desaparecido e ele tava morto.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
É triste, né, velho? Estude o próprio
The
homem.
man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair.
Só simplesmente caiu e acertou a cabeça.
Dangling through the hole.
Tá bêbado.
When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
Examine a cabeça do homem.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Não, apenas isso na parte de trás da cabeça. É difícil dizer.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine a garrafa.
0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Examine a embalagem de goma de mascar.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Olha lá dentro.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol
Mhm.
before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Pisa nas tábuas do
They
piso.
screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet.
Recua e passo.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Quem é esse homem?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this.
A gente sabe quem é já, velho.
You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
Nós sabemos quem é esse. É o marido perdido da mulher proletária. Morto no
The
calçadão.
woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
A jaqueta de couro combina perfeitamente com a descrição dela.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
O que você acha que aconteceu?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Sim. Você acha que ele estaria bêbado?
Oh, yes.
E quanto intoxicação por álcool e falência dos rins?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Uhum. E o kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Eu não acho que está relacionado, não.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Alguém deveria ser
Now,
responsabilizado por
they'll
esse
seal this place
calçadão.
off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Uhum.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. From where I stand, I can
Que
see
devemos
two
fazer com ele?
options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Espera um pouco. E a autópsia de
A
campo?
field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Uhum.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
Sim, você está certo. Não vejo nada criminoso aqui. Vamos deixar assim.
The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
Nós encontramos, nós deveríamos encerrar isso.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and
Examine 6
2 empty
claves.
bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Examine a caixa de
Whoever
cigarros.
tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Examine o
You
blue
see
kebab.
traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell.
Tá bom, eu queria ver se tem como a gente... Como é que a gente viaja? Fast travel? Como é que funciona? Ah, será que no hardcore não tem como fazer fast travel? Pode ser, né? Pode ser. Cuidado ali, as tábuas no chão parecem podres e fracas. Existe fast travel? Existe. Mas talvez não tenha. No hardcore, eu não sei. Tá bom, talvez a gente consiga fazer o rolê das armadilhas. Já que a gente vai ter que rolar mesmo, né? Andar por aí. Tem que ir lá pegar o dado.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks
Olha ao
like the
redor.
reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
Alcance a armadilha.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Droga, eu estava esperando que ele estivesse na primeira. Não há por que ficar desanimado. Eu não estou esperando encontrar nada. Estou apenas ajudando alguns cidadãos a tomar um pouco de ar fresco. Tomando um pouco de ar
I
fresco.
meant no offense. Just...
Sim, sim. Aqui não tem outro. Tem outro aqui em cima? Estou de distribuição. Não, né? Ah, é triste, né, velho? Esse negócio do marido dessa mulher é triste. Tem várias coisas tristes nesse jogo, mas eu acho que essa aí é a mais, tipo assim, caralho, velho. Nada dá certo pra galera pop trabalhadora mesmo. A gente não vai entrar nessa... Diante de você é uma ponte levadiça, ela só pode ser baixada a partir do outro lado. A gente vai ali em breve, né? Trilha também, né? Machuca o coração, velho. Uma pequena andorinha preta traz círculos acima de você. É possível ver o gotejo dela. Então, pior que eu não sei onde que estão as coisas, né?
A familiar apparatus lies among
Olha ao redor.
the reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow.
A música, né? Tem uma música tocando. Alcance a armadilha.
Is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoology.
Another empty trap.
Vamos continuar. A próxima será da sorte. O que está achando do card, tenente? Estou gostando muito.
Always up for a good jog.
Aqui não tem. Parece que o caminhante estava ou muito confuso ou bêbado além da conta. Acho que já pode voltar pra lá, não precisa a gente olhar todas não, né? Ah, porque tem uma ali, né? A gente vai olhar todos, então.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
Pena que eu não estava aqui.
I'm just glad we haven't found some poor cat trapped in one of these.
É, que... Seu cético do caralho. Vamos acreditar na fantasia.
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds hiss and shake in the darkness. That has settled over the abandoned camp. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow.
Alcance a armadilha.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Olha mais de
No
perto.
locust.
Ih!
No phasmid either, but still.
Está vazia, Morel não deixou vazia.
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Olhar mais de perto, mesmo
Well,
assim.
The bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Mas e se foi o Phasmid? Se ele comeu e saiu?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We are not cryptozoologists. We are cops.
Perfeito. Tá bom, hora de dar tchau. Curtir esse mundo, né? Enquanto a gente dá esse rolê. A gente vai dormir na casa ali, né, hoje. Eu tenho que ir até lá pra ver esse aqui. Você não consegue ver dentro desse caso, desse ângulo. Amiga, você não mudou de ideia, não, né? Dentro você escuta o chega de som de algum tipo de
Our
aquecedor.
tenant, the policeman.
Ah, encontrei a jaqueta que estava procurando. Mas está imunda. Você poderia lavá-la pra mim?
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Claro.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
É, vou esperar.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty
20 minutos,
nice
pô.
underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Então, mas eu tenho que entregar pra ele a jaqueta? Tem, né? A jaqueta top, não é? É top, porra. A gente não conversou com o Don't Call Abigail, né?
Tequila Sunset.
Tudo bem, aqui tá aqui sua jaqueta, recém-lavada.
Jacket?
É, mas essa tava bastante imunda, então eu mandei limpar pra você.
Of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
Que merda você tá falando?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
What the fuck?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends,
O cara tem um problema de amnésia pesado, né? Azar o seu, vou ficar com essa jaqueta pra mim.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch
Medium
it with
concept.
a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
It's an
Valeu.
okay jacket, if you're into that look. Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
Meu estilo? O que tem ele?
It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think?
O que você tem pra dizer
How would
aqui?
you even describe what you're wearing?
Eclectic is for pop music with indigenous percussion. You're a sartorial neverland.
Você é um rebelde da indumentária. Celebridade casual. Ai, véi. Ai, véi. Mendy chique. Ai, véi. Core, regular core. Apologético formal. Arauto de escritório. Mendy chique.
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you.
Opa, fit me.
Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Faz, é o jogo te falando, né? Tipo assim, então, você devia dar uma variada aí, trocar o estilo, né? Tudo bem, você é um homem inteligente que se veste de maneira inteligente. Poderíamos ser camaradas de estilo.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case.
Obrigado. É o jogo, né, te falando. Roupas diferentes, né? Te dão resultados diferentes. Tem certeza que esse trem... Modo radical está ativado. Boa sorte, é. Eu queria muito poder o tal do fast travel, né? Mas realmente não tem como, eu acho. Se tem como, eu não sei como. Se aconteceu, eu não sei o que aconteceu. Talvez é um bug. Muita coisa pra fazer, né, Kim? Da puta.
Apples is exactly the kind of
Sou como história esfarrapada pra mim. Ah, eu passei de agora, né?
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lawmen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh,
Cala a boca. Cala a boca.
Maybe another derogative for a person from Grad, you think?
Ah, então eles plantam maçãs em Grad.
Yep, it's one of their main exports.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland.
Só tô querendo ignorar isso da puta.
Zone of ecological catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life. Yekokata não é no sul e eles definitivamente não plantam maçãs lá.
Says who?
Está literalmente no nome, Zona de Catástrofe Ecológica.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
Você fica falando koikos. O que isso realmente quer dizer?
It means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad.
Mas por que a palavra koiko?
That's what they're all called. Koiko Pichik, Loslav Koiko, Koikovic someone. Low self-esteem those guys have. Mind you, they look Occidental, but they're not really.
Cara, esse cara é muito racista, velho. Certo, então é uma ofensa étnica.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
Então, eu posso ver as maçãs?
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in.
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
Você disse que alguma coisa sobre os direitos e privilégios dos caminhoneiros?
Yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter. Had a royal license and everything.
Tem que conversar com esse gente escroto às vezes, pra conseguir informação. Espera aí, o que é um carreteiro?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. before machines.
Isso é um privilégio.
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
Então você tem uma confraria de carreteiros.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit.
Bicho.
And when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is yeah, they're a big sure fucking it. Hell no. It's a guild. Invitation only. Trusting street.
Não deu pra continuar porque a gente já resolveu o papo das drogas, né? Porque eu acho que imagino que ia... Então eu acho que a gente precisa de algumas coisas pra... A gente precisa de algumas coisas de saúde, velho.
To the left. A colorful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Tem remédio não, em vez de álcool?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste...
Valeu, porque a gente precisa, viu? Alguma coisa pegasse assim pesada ali, eu não sei se o cara ia sobreviver, não. Tá bom, pegar o dado. Ah, a gente tem que ligar, velho. Saber o número da...
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Eu preciso relatar um cadáver no calçadão de Martinez.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Um homem de meia idade não identificado, entre 1,70 m e 1,75 m, cabelo escuro, porte médio, parece que escorregou, caiu em um buraco no calçadão e bateu a cabeça em um banco de metal.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Não.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
Ele estava vestindo botas, calças e uma jaqueta de couro com forro azul brilhante. Encontrei um cartão de biblioteca nos bolsos dele.
Information on the library card?
Ainda não examinei.
You can hear her sigh audibly on the other side.
Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should
Nós vamos pegar o
I have
caso.
assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi? Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Descobriu mais sobre os donos da unidade amanhã, né?
But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information. They
Ignora a
promised
Alice
to get back to you by
pra...
tomorrow morning. Do you have any other questions?
Ignora a Alice e pressiona o botão salvo.
Always, it's DJ Nash and Felicio, and you're
Quem que o Kim ficou vendo? Noiados FM. Ai, minha garganta.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby, startled by the roaring radio. Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you.
A mais desagradável, a mais vulgar.
Someone must have been messing with the radio.
Aham, claro, Kim. Claro.
You wanted a prime line, right?
He's still avoiding your gaze, and his ears glow red.
Noiados FM, hein?
Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Pega o rádio novamente.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad mama's boy. For the heavier foot and the freakier.
Que foda essa rádio, velho.
God damn it. Look, it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak or...
Que tal pé de chumbo?
You would be too if you had this motor carriage. But seriously, let's quit joking around, alright? We have a case to investigate.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone?
Eu posso ligar.
10-4, Camille officer, over. Roger that.
Como é que eu acho o trem?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers,
Eu preciso ligar pra biblioteca aí.
a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Eu preciso de um telefone, é isso? Isso aqui.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush.
Cálculo visual, né? Bora lá. Isso aqui é tiradíssimo, né, velho? Tirado. Essa roupa é o que eu usaria na vida real, né? Cálculo visual é só esse mesmo.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. The tire
Passei,
tracks were
porra.
left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber.
A gente que quebrou essa porra,
Some
velho.
of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
Foi aqui que eu arranquei com o meu veículo automotor antes de afundar ele no mar.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
Acho que entendi. Vou pegar o dado. Tá escuro, né? A gente só consegue andar um pouquinho porque não tem a lanterna na mão, que foda, velho. Não sabia disso, não.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Uai, sempre falou que era pra pegar o...
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
Mas que hora que é? É tipo em 5 minutos, é isso? Era 11 da manhã, não era? Quando a gente pediu? Ver se a gente acha a pista aqui desse...
Tiles on the cube asked the speaker.
Good evening. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password.
Não tem a porra da...
Fortress exit. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube.
Não tem a porra da password. Tá bom, vamos sair, né? Sair pela porta da frente. Por onde sai? Opa. Esse livro é titulado Homem de Heldal e o Fogo Incontrolável. Lotado, hein, porra? Vamos lá. A gente precisa de autoridade agora. Ah, a gente tem mais um cálculo visual nisso aqui também, porra.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Conjunto de dados e cosaedros, sirenes. Não, mas não aumentou nem um pouquinho, né, no negócio. É percepção, na real. Vamos ver se a gente tem alguma coisa de percepção.
Behind the dockworkers.
Ainda é 3%. Caralho, é difícil pra caralho esse aí. Tá bom, vamos lá. Ah, conversar com o... Ué, e essa galera nova aqui?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
As Lieutenant Kitsuragi explained, a patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Espera aí, você é um oficial de patrulha da RCM?
Yes, I am.
Eu estou em uma investigação de homicídio. Vocês são a cavalaria?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Eu sou o tiro
I
também.
know.
He's the real deal. He has a badge.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
Está tudo bem, por que você não quer falar
I
comigo?
don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Eu te prejudiquei? Eu fiz isso com muitas pessoas.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
O que alguém vê? Então, de qual distrito você
What
é?
precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Você é da polícia, certo? Legal, eu também sou.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Espere. O que você e a polícia está fazendo
I'm
aqui?
just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
I just want to do my job. That's all.
Você tem um uniforme azul e o meu é preto. O que isso significa?
It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
What was with that, sir?
Sir.
It might be because you have the higher rank.
Você me chamou de senhor por quê?
Well, I guess I,
Cut the shit. Every second you stand here running your mouth, the case grows colder.
O que você tá me xingando?
Shit.
Caralho.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Você está horrível, cuzão.
Wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. The suit, the sunglasses, the haircut. He's famous. That's how you know his face.
Pera aí.
Watch out for you.
É, espírito do corpo, né? Eu já tenho uma a mais de espírito do corpo. Vai tomar no cu, velho. Não tem nenhum que dá mais 2, não, né? Não. Tudo bem, tudo bem.
Again? I can't believe this.
Quem é esse cara?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him.
Algo ser sobre esse cara,
they're mad at
descubra.
him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
58%, bora.
You know
Passei, porra.
what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Diga-me a verdade, você me conhece de algum lugar?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
De onde? De outra vida?
From another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
41º.
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Vamos falar mais sobre a hipotética delegacia 41 que você mencionou. Qual seria o nosso relacionamento nesse universo alternativo?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Você parece um cara legal, adoraria tê-lo como parceiro.
Would you now, or would I be cramping your style?
Cramping your style?
Partner.
Ai, tudo bem. Na verdade, você provavelmente iria trabalhar meu estilo. Não, você não estragaria meu estilo de forma nenhuma.
Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
Você tem um crime pra resolver?
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Quem mais está em nossa delegacia
You're
imaginária?
not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang.
Quem é o filho distante de pulmão?
You eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Quer me contar mais sobre ele?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by this sunglassed man. Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Tá bom, não consigo mais imaginar.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Tem algumas perguntas pra você. Sou um policial.
You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Com revolucionário.
No, not like a revolutionary.
He didn't answer your question.
Agora você irá responder algumas perguntas pra mim. Por que não?
Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
Se você não quer responder perguntas, talvez você queira me ouvir dizer coisas.
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say
Véi, o que é? Pra onde que vai isso?
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one.
Say one.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Certo. Estou realizando uma investigação e acontece que ele foi baleado e
You
enforcado.
think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
Basicamente sim.
Okay, well...
E por que estou lhe dizendo
I
isso?
don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
Vou focar novamente.
Why not? So, do you know who hanged him?
Ainda não.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god.
Tá bom. Tá legal. Conversar com o Gart.
Can I help you?
Gart, contei um novo passo para o Whirling.
What is this thing?
Não é grande coisa, eu só achei que ficaria bem na parede. Eu sou esse tipo de tiro.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts.
Principalmente taxidermia.
He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Gart, eu preciso cantar no karaokê agora.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
Sim, mas o senhor da lei está prestes a rasgar em pedacinhos de um jeito triste. Faça parte da minha jornada de autodescoberta, me ajude.
The Whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers.
Pra que você tem um sistema de PR se ninguém vai usar?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
Great Karaoke Catastrophe ficou fora de fora. O que aconteceu em
A lot
44?
of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
Quando foi a última vez que você teve uma banda tocando aqui?
It's not for bands, it's for clients. some clients, okay? Not you.
Sou um verdadeiro cliente, paguei minhas contas e tenho o direito de usar o karaokê.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
Está tudo bem, eu tenho minha própria música. Ei, Gabi, olha o momento que a gente tá aqui. Valeu pelos 40 meses, primo. Valeu pelo sub demais.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
Vamos cantar, gente.
Oh yeah. Time to do the damage.
Então, antes de cantar, vamos colocar uma roupa estilosa, né, por favor. Essa gravatinha, não sei se combina. É, vai ter que combinar. Vai ter que combinar, né? Vou colocar aqui, ele é rosa. Qual que é o check do karaokê? Alguém sabe? Cara, eu queria muito que passasse perfeito. Um óculos escuro, né? Compostura, talvez? Não sei. A gente tem pouco disso aqui, né? Então assim, seria ideal a gente pegar uns instrumentos físicos, qualquer coisa rosa que tiver. Interação mesmo, né? Que estilo? Já tá um estileiro, né? Meio Oasis, assim. Só que menos 2 de autoridade, mas mais 2 de muita coisa, né? Drama check, é drama mesmo? eu imaginei que era drama, mas não sabia. Então vamos colocar essa blusa aqui também. Então bora. Esse é o máximo de drama que a gente consegue, né? É isso. Que estilo, meu amigo. Com uma... Vamos colocar isso aqui na nossa mão, gente. Só porque é mais legal mesmo. Isso mesmo. Na outra. Isso. Olha o estilo do cara.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
E assim? Olha em volta do salão primeiro. Eu não sei, tem umas coisas que vão piorar, né? Olha aqui, vou cantar no karaokê.
I can see that.
Eu acho que colocar os lábios no microfone nunca é bom, velho. Olha em volta do salão primeiro.
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, they are going to hate you. Just make sure you move, okay? Don't be stiff.
Tá bom, 58%. Rola da gente dar uma salvada, velho. Porque a gente precisa ter essa cena.
The stage is all set. You feel a little...
So, are you ready?
Deixa eu colocar os dados no microfone só pra mostrar como é que é.
A loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Ah lá. Véi, eu falei que não era boa. Eu só queria mostrar mesmo. Nunca encosta o microfone, velho.
The stage is... You feel a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Sim.
Let me know when I should turn on the
Estou
karaoke
pronto.
carousel.
The air
Não
is
passei.
thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music stops.
Não, vamos carregar de novo. Eu não sei, eu não lembro se tem que passar. Eu acho que não tem que passar não, na real. Pode ser qualquer coisa.
The stage, you feel...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
The air
Não,
is
pera aí.
someone...
Agora eu tenho que saber. Porque eu acho que eu nunca passei nesse trem. Eu acho que não precisa de passar mesmo. Vale a pena carregar de novo, vale. Boa noite, Edu.
So, are you ready for your thing?
The air
Véi, mas que é isso? O jogo tá querendo que a gente não ganhe? É isso mesmo? Confere? Tá saindo o mesmo número? Eu não tô...
You feel...
So, are you ready for your...
The air is thick.
5. O jogo tá roubando, hein?
The stage, you feel...
So, are you ready for your thing?
The air
não.
is thick
O jogo não tá roubando.
with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts.
Eu não sei se tem que passar.
Here we go.
Mas é uma cena tão linda, né?
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Though it once was larger, how the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there.
É a voz dele, né? É a voz do interior dele também.
I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here.
Olha o Kim ali atrás. Que é isso?
But now,
dando todo o apoio, né, meu amigo?
You are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Tarefa concluída, cantando karaokê. Eu costumava ir lá, na pequena igrejinha de lá, a menor igreja de Saint-Saëns. Embora um dia já tenha sido maior, como o riacho deve repousar por lá, descendo pela neblina até lá, na direção das Sete Irmãs, na direção daqueles penhascos pálidos lá. Eu costumava ficar lá, naquele pequenino pátio lá. Eu fui tão feliz aqui, ansiando pelo passado aqui. Mas agora você está sozinho, nada disso importa, nada.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Eu gostaria de dedicar essa canção ao meu parceiro Kim Kitsuragi.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away. He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug
É muito bom o final, que é tipo assim... A noite vai chegar, nós vamos costurar a vela branca. Trabalhadores do mundo, univos! Ai, velho. Valeu, Kim.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
É mesmo, super estranho.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at.
Eu estava pensando a mesma coisa. Eu deveria simplesmente perguntar a ele se somos da delegacia.
Just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Olha, eu só preciso perguntar, nós somos da mesma delegacia?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that.
Certo.
Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Beleza. E meus amigos.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Minha amiga. Lina.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out.
Just doing my job.
I haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
Uma gravata
It's a tie.
de
Mexican
teratornes de 8
origin. The
euros.
pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Você nunca me disse que viu faz mídia.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ah, a gente quer ouvir sim.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Isso.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the
Lena,
beach near
gente
a
boa.
tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Espere, onde foi isso? Quantos anos você tinha?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Você o seguiu?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Puta que pariu.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Então o quê?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
Tô travando um pouco o jogo? Acabou de começar isso ou tá desde o início, sim? Você estava em encontro?
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him.
Tá dando um lagzinho, né? Nossa, isso está acontecendo no início, velho. Seus meninos são brancos?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
Qual será o tamanho?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself.
Será que é a configuração do jogo? Tipo V5? Quer dizer, não tem nem V5, né? Será que você não imaginou isso, Lena?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here. What makes it a confirmed sighting? She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Quem, o que você acha disso?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Tá bom. Obrigado por compartilhar isso
You're
comigo.
welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the...
Tá bom.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Então eu cheguei em todas as armadilhas.
Okay. And?
E uma delas estava vazia.
Completely empty?
Sim, não havia nada na armadilha. Nem gafanhoto, nem phasmid.
no locusts? No.
That's not ideal, but...
A armadilha vazia foi aquela no seu acampamento. Talvez isso influencie nisso algum modo.
Definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia
Motivation
picked off the
reason.
locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Não é muito científico raciocinar retrogradamente de uma conclusão que você quer que seja verdadeira.
I appreciate your concern, officer, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
O que realmente aconteceu
Some
mesmo?
kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window.
Elabora uma teoria alternativa com relação aos gafanhotos desaparecidos.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the
Vai
trap.
tomar no cu. As crianças lá ou Kuno?
Red-headed boy.
Eu acredito que um vandalozinho chamado Kuno possa ter roubado os
A little
gafanhotos.
hooligan. But what would a child want with bugs?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
E eu vou conversar com o pequeno Gremlin e ver se descobre alguma coisa.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary?
Não, mas eu já conversei que eu tinha que conversar com ele.
Getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Gary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
Tá bom. Vamos salvar que eu tô meio preocupado com esse lag aí, velho. Esse lag tá rolando desde sempre, ninguém me avisou, foi foda, porque eu não fico vendo o jogo. Vamos salvar. E amanhã a gente continua. Eu acho que pode ser pelo computador. Pode ser nessa área aqui só, eu vou dar uma conferida nos vídeos. Um beijo pra vocês, gente. Pessoas do futuro, do passado. Fui!